can't bow down to the mob cause I'm too real. I can't be controlled cause I don't need a deal. They say you going way too far, you need to chill. Sorry, I don't really care about how you feel.
I resurfaced on purpose, I'm Houdini. Now I ain't going nowhere like I'm Tim Pool's beanie. I got permanent sermons and words that can burn through a genie. I could perfectly search for the serpents and fly like an eagle, praise Jesus. Your favorite rapper is satanic, great panic in the place. It ain't safe to be straight magic. Lay patterns in your face till your brain scrambles from bass samples. Can't handle the heat, then get away from the flame candles. Don't quote this song, just say a prayer to the Holy Cross. I flip like motocross cause the news is faker than Photoshop. My flow is cold and hot, it's like Noah's Ark next to molten rock. So when I'm focused on being close to God, I can open locks. Big Pharma must be lobbying rappers cause they be telling you to get injections, partying after. Kids are dying from the fentanyl while popping the Xanax, and I don't want our friends to die, but that be part of this chapter. That's why I flip the script, hit the drip, get a grip, sedative, chill. Drink water, think smarter, ink ought to sit on the quill. They want black to keep the cycle on and white to hate themselves. So can't you tell they want us all in camps and both to stay in jail? Don't let us fail.
I can't bow down to the mob cause I'm too real. I can't be controlled cause I don't need a deal. They say you going way too far, you need to chill. Sorry, I don't really care about how you feel. I can't bow down to the mob cause I'm too real. I can't be controlled cause I don't need a deal. They say you going way too far, you need to chill.
Do me a favor. If you're tuning in and you're watching, please do me a favor and share this live to as many people as possible. If you're watching on YouTube, please share this YouTube link to a bunch of people on your Facebooks, on your Instagrams, on Twitter, wherever you're watching from. Please. I'm going to do a little bit of coverage of some breaking news that's coming out about Joe Biden dropping out of the presidential race. He's not going to be accepting the nomination for a Democratic nominee to be president. Is anybody shocked? Is anybody shocked? I got Baby Mag is going to be on here with me. I'm going to be having Deontay to come up here with me. I might send Bryson to live. I'll invite Bryson. I think Liddell's going to be joining us. So we got a decent lineup of people that are going to be on here talking about what this potentially means for the country, the future of the presidency. Who is going to be running? Who do you guys think is going to be running? I don't know. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I don't know who's going to step in. I thought it was going to be Gavin Newsom, but Gavin Newsom keeps saying no. Somebody that was watching my Instagram stream, they seem to think that Michelle Obama will run. That's been out there for a minute. I wonder, is anybody considering Hillary Clinton, or is she too old? Like, who is going to step up and run in place of Joe Biden? What is going on? Did COVID take him out? Because it seems like as soon as maybe they're using COVID as an excuse to take him off the campaign trail because of how bad he's getting. I don't know. What's up, everybody coming in? Said, oh no, not two women. Can you imagine? If you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Instagram, come on over to the YouTube. Do I know the deadline for the Democratic nominee? I do not know, but that is something that I could answer on YouTube if you want me to find that out. If you're watching on Instagram, come on over to YouTube. If you don't know the YouTube, it's simply Somewhere in the Middle USA, all one word. Come over here and enjoy the conversation. Deontay, I sent you the link in your DM. So hopefully you'll come over here next. But I'm going to cut this stream off so I don't have to pay attention to both. I appreciate you, Holly. I can't bow down to them because aren't you real? I can't be controlled because I don't need a deal. Way too far, you need to chill. What up? So FAFO. FAFO, if you're watching, can we please get a Trump assassination coverage type of information coming in? That was an epic show. The show worked great because we had a bunch of people behind the scenes constantly sending me updates. Can we get Hold on, let me drop this. Can we get that same type of coverage for tonight, if possible? What's up, Deontay? What's up, Baby Maga? Thanks for being on the stream with me. I don't even know if they know they're up here, but you're up here.
Yo, what's good with it?
We chilling, man.
Hello. How are y'all?
I'm great. This news? What about this news? Does it have you stuck?
Listen. I was on my way to my county Republican Party's watch party. We're watching the nomination here all together, and I was the first one to get the news. And I'm telling them, and they're not believing me. And I'm like, okay, we're gonna sit back. And now all of them are getting the alerts on their phone as well. I was not expecting this to happen today. I was not expecting this to happen today. I had the Trump mugshot shirt on. I just knew we were going. Trump was going to get all the attention today, and Joe Biden said, "Nope,
not today.
Nope, not today." I think we'll see an interesting convention. I don't think that the Democrats and the delegates are all going to be down for Kamala Harris. This is going to be. I think RFK Jr.'s got a flight booked, and he's going to put his name in there.
That's what some people have been saying. They've been bringing up RFK.
I think that convention is going to be a little longer than they expected it to be. I don't think they're going to get a nominee I don't think they're going to get a nominee on the first day. I'm going to be honest with you.
Man.
Because
Fan brought up a good point. He said he wasn't going to drop out unless he had medical condition. And boom.
And then boom, he got
COVID.
5 hours. It was a 5 hour difference.
Got COVID.
5 hour difference. 5 hours after he said that, he got COVID. I said, they could have a little bit better, but they didn't feel better. I'm just in awe right now. I'm in awe. I'm excited. I love it.
I'm excited too. Election season is in. That's why I said election season is back.
Yes.
Every 2 to 4 years, we have fireworks like this.
Right. And the black vote, if it's not Kamala Harris, is not going to vote at all, because they're going to look at it and they're going to go, wait a minute, my vote, either one, some are going to say my vote doesn't count. We didn't even want this person. Where is this person? I don't care. Or number two, they're going to say Kamala Harris was good enough to be vice president, but she wasn't good enough to be president. The black woman's just good enough to be almost there. She's not good enough.
So you think the black vote, will sit out completely? Not completely, but for the most part.
For the most part, absolutely. So they can throw this idea that they're going to get Georgia. I think that with that happening, New York being at play becomes reality. I think it was an article that I read earlier today that Illinois could possibly be at play. But that happens, you replace the black woman with a white man. You replace the black woman with a white man. You can just throw the election away. Throw it away. I'm
going to play the 1 minute clip. This is actually reported live via Newsmax. If you guys didn't catch it live, I'm going to play this for you. This is how I found out. Liddell came into my live saying it. I was like, hey, there's no way. You're lying. No way. And CNN, it looks like CNN just dropped a video. We'll see what everybody's saying, but here's Newsmax.
Carl, according to multiple Democratic sources, this is happening all of a sudden. Everyone said it would happen gradually and then all at once, and that's what's happening. According to my sources, President Biden has agreed to step down as the Democratic nominee. Oh, man. It will happen as early as this weekend. A speech has been drafted for him. He will continue on as president, is his intention. He also will not, I'm told, endorse Vice President Harris as his successor. They're hoping that he will endorse an open process in which the convention will be open to Vice President Harris and a few other candidates in Chicago to pick the Democratic nominee for president. The belief is that Vice President Harris is already looking at potential running mates to go to Chicago with a full ticket, including one possibility, Andy Beshear, the governor of Kentucky, and perhaps the governor of Pennsylvania, Governor Shapiro. Other possible candidates who are being talked about include Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, perhaps Gretchen Whitmer, and again, the vice president running. On the first ballot, the regular delegates would be allowed to vote under this agreement that's being talked about amongst the president and high-level Democratic officials. The regular delegates would vote on the first ballot. If there is no winner on the first ballot, the so-called super delegates would be allowed to vote on the subsequent ballot. This decision was reached, I'm told, all of a sudden because of the high-level pressure from Nancy Pelosi, Barack Obama, and others, and as well as the decision of many of President Biden's top aides that there was no path forward for him, that he would not be able to win this election, win the general election. And therefore, he's stepping aside again as early as this weekend.
So,
I want Gavin Newsom. Give us Gavin Newsom.
Definitely not.
He's not like in California. We can win that election.
I think you're putting too much faith in it. I don't know. Maybe I'm a bit. I could be a bit pessimistic, but his ability to speak, bro, is superb. He's a grade A Decepticon.
The Democrats only win this election with the black vote. And you throw the message out that the Democrats clearly thought so low of the black vice president that they completely took her off the ticket. Or they thought so low of her that she's not good enough to be president, but we'll keep her on as vice president.
Yeah.
This is a win-win situation.
You are going
to have to learn how to play their cards right.
You make a good point.
This is all about can the Republicans play their cards right? And right now, Republicans have done a very good job at uniting the party. They have given everyone in the party a little bit of something. From night 1, 2, 3. Tonight, you got this. With this news, you have to make. This is the right here. Home run. Home run. Bases are loaded. Trump has the opportunity for a grand slam tonight.
Yeah. Whew.
Oh yeah, Trump.
So this is being.
Trump speaks
My bad.
tonight.
Go ahead.
Huh? Trump speaks tonight, huh?
Yes.
I thought he spoke last night.
No, it's J.D. Vance
spoke last night. Trump speaks tonight.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I guess we're gonna catch it here. I didn't even know he spoke tonight. This is being reported from Reuters. Reuters put out this about 30-something minutes ago. They said U.S. President Joe Biden is taking calls to step aside as a Democratic presidential candidate seriously, and multiple Democrat officials think that exit is a matter of time. According to sources familiar with the matter, his soul searching is actually happening. I know that for a fact. Of course, they're going to paint that picture of him, who requested anonymity. He's thinking about this very seriously. They're just saying that this is just confirming the reports that it definitely is dropping out of the race, and Democrat leaders are calling him, telling him to drop out of the race because he doesn't have a path forward.
Fox News.
The question is, who are they going to replace him with? Fox News is finally reporting it.
Fox News said Pelosi has told all the House Dems that Biden to exit the race soon. So
I mean, did you see that? Do you remember that interview with what's her name? Michelle Obama, when they asked her, "Hey, can you support Biden? Do you think Biden is able to run for this election?" She couldn't even answer the question. I wish I could find that clip.
It's not going to be Michelle Obama. I think that she's disgusted with politics and that she's not going to get in it. But I think that this could be anybody. It could be someone we're not even thinking. These people, if you're smart, if you're a Democrat, like I said, you buy your plane ticket to the convention now, and you go in there and you start talking to the delegates one-on-one by yourself, and you could walk out as the nominee. We might just send DeAndre. We're gonna send him. We're gonna send him to the convention.
Me?
Him and Mitt. We're gonna send you.
No.
We need you to talk to delegates. We need you to become the Democratic nominee. It's a win-win. If Trump loses, we still win. If you lose, Trump wins. It's a win-win.
Yeah. I like your thought process, subversion.
No one. The winner of this is up to whoever wants it the most.
Look at how slow he's walking up the stairs, man. Oh my God, I feel so bad for that dude.
Yeah, this is elder abuse.
I feel so bad for him, man. If they run Michelle, it's a wrap. Trump loses.
Never.
No.
I don't think he'll lose. I don't know. So a part of me thinks that he will lose because of dumb voters that are just going to come out and vote. But a
Yeah,
part of
because
me
it's
is like,
Michelle Obama.
I don't think,
Right.
I don't think that's gonna happen. So I don't know. It's
I
up in the
don't
air for me.
I don't want to travel down conspiracy alley, but the point that you just made, it makes me question, right, the legitimacy of the former election. Do you think that's what happened? That the 81 million people that came out were new voters?
I personally think that it was a combination of new voters and mail-in ballots. I don't think it
Yeah,
had anything to do with Dominion. I don't think it had anything to do with
I don't think
messing
so
up
either.
stuff on the machines. I think dumb voters, people who hated Trump, absolutely came out and voted. And I think that they added some extra padding with the mail-in ballots.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
I
people were
agree.
voting twice.
Yeah.
I think people were literally fear mongered into voting for Joe Biden.
Yeah.
And they know
They
that
were
with this election, the mail-in ballots isn't going to work because people can't use fear of COVID as a way to get the mail-in ballots. So Joe Biden, whoever the Democrats put up, he's not getting 81 million votes. That's not happening because they don't
Mm,
exist. They don't exist. They're not there.
mm.
Trump just may get 70 million votes again. He might win the popular vote.
well. You have to take into consideration how many Gen Zers couldn't vote in the last election that can vote now. And would you say that you are part of the minority or the majority within your demographic?
Majority.
You think the
Gen
major-
Z,
you
Gen
think
Z
the ma-
males, Gen Z males, and I'm not talking about the sissy Gen Z males, the gay ones that are switching and twitching. I'm not talking about them.
but
Majority of
what
Gen
about
Z males are Republican, or they're not Republican. They're just voting for Trump. They don't know anything
what
about politics, but they're voting Trump.
what about Harry Sisson or whatever his name is?
He speaks for a very small minority. Like I said, I'm not talking about the gay males. Harry Sisson, we already know he's gay. He was having sexual relations with a man in New York and got called out for it by the guy because he
What?
tried to act like he was straight. We already know what Harry Sissons is about.
Woo! I didn't know that.
Yeah, we already know what that's about.
I didn't
So,
know
like
that.
I said, the true Gen Z males, right? They're voting Trump. Harry Sisson, he doesn't even believe half the stuff he talks about.
Yeah,
The check is
he's
just like,
he's a terrible propagandist to me, but he's effective at appealing to the audience that wants to listen to what the
absolutely,
the rhetoric that he's spewing.
absolutely. But when you look at his
Mar-
audience, you're not surprised.
Marlon is hilarious. Marlon, bro. Marlon does not understand having a filter.
He said he deserves a special place in hell.
Oh yeah, he's
Marlon
got
does
one.
not
Oh, he's
understand
got one.
filtration.
He's got one. Look,
You
Michelle
have
is
to
going
learn
to
how
get
to filter
82
your
million
thoughts,
votes.
sir.
See, look, if they run
right.
Michelle Obama, I can see them being able to bring race right back up and swaying black people back to the other side. I can see that. It's Michelle Obama we're talking about. This is the first black first lady. People, how
Michelle
many black
Obama is
people
not going to
really
take it from Kamala.
dislike? She's not going to take it from Kamala. I don't think they're going to put Kamala up to run at all.
And that's why you're going to lose. You have no choice but to put Kamala. If you don't put Kamala up, fundraising has to begin. You can't, all the money that people had donated to the Biden campaign, you cannot use anymore unless you use Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are the only people that can use that money. Number two, you have to get this person on the ballot. Number three, you got to have name recognition. In order for them to do this, they're going to have to find some legal loopholes and a whole bunch of other stuff in order to run anybody other than Kamala Harris. Then you're going to have to fight, like I said, the idea that a black woman was good enough to be vice president, but wasn't good enough to be VP. Unless you throw Michelle Obama, but she's not going to take that from Kamala.
So who is Kamala running with? Who is she
They got to
running
get a
with?
nominee before I can even look at it.
I can only see Gavin Newsom being able to garner that many votes.
Kamala doesn't have necessarily control. The delegates get to choose who's running for president and vice president, not Kamala, because Kamala can pick somebody and the delegates say no. And that's only if
Yeah,
he
I
goes to
don't.
open convention.
I don't know. I feel like. So when I look at like Barack Obama and Michelle Obama's Instagram page, if
Yeah.
you just scroll through their comment section, not that the comment section is representative of how everybody feels, but the people that are active on social media, a lot of them are upset about Barack Obama and Michelle Obama's lack of uh, uh, commentary or being vocal on the Israel-Palestine conflict.
Yeah.
And so
Mm-hmm.
I think the Obamas have been disconnected from politics in the public eye for so long that she doesn't have a long enough window of time to capture enough minds.
Right.
But then I also take into consideration that the people that would vote for Michelle Obama would only be voting
Yeah.
for her because they don't want to vote for Trump. So it
Her
it
last
would be
name
a
is
vote.
Obama.
It would be a vote against Trump. It wouldn't be a vote for Michelle.
I
And I'll
think the
say this:
last name does
I
what
don't
needs to
know
be
what
done.
I don't know what percentage. Like I still question because when I look at 2016, a lot of people thought Hillary Clinton was going to win. Like Hillary
Yeah, they did.
Clinton performed very well in the debates, unless you liked the brash, uh, uh, very inflammatory,
She trending.
uncensored rhetoric of Donald Trump. So yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of like I think Trump got it in the bag, but I could just be optimistic.
I mean, I think he has it in the bag.
Yeah, I
But
don't want to be premature, but I think he got it in the bag. I think after the assassination attempt, I think everyone who was moderate or center
yeah.
is weighing their options. They're looking at the state of the economy. They're looking at America on the international scene. The lack of perceived strength with our current president. They're looking at geopolitics. They're looking at we're fighting essentially two proxy wars or what do they call it? War of attrition, right? I don't know what the terminology is. I can't think of it right now. But you have the Russia-Ukraine front, you have the Israel-Palestine conflict, and then we're fighting a proxy war with China over Taiwan. I just think I think centrists are looking at it like if I have to pick my poison, I'm picking Donald Trump. But
Yeah, I believe most people are going to do that.
But I think the left has like when I think about tactics, I think the left is relying on fear mongering about Project 2025. I think that's one of their primary campaign tricks, right? They want people to be afraid about the oncoming fascism of Donald Trump, allegedly, and they want people to feel like democracy, whatever people interpret that to mean, is at risk of collapsing. And they're going to continue as we get closer to the election to intensify the propaganda about Trump being a dictator. He's the boogeyman. He said he was going to be a dictator. They're going to play all the clips. They're not going to let up. So I don't know. I
Yeah.
hear what Sunni's saying in terms of the fear mongering. Like you can
Yeah.
you can scare people into voting against Donald Trump.
Yes, you can.
It's getting
I
louder
believe
here,
we
so
saw that.
it's getting louder here. So I'm gonna say one last thing, and I'm gonna go. But I believe that he's spot on. He's spot on. Whoever they put up, they don't have the time. Most of the people, whoever they put up, is probably going to be disconnected from the national recognition, and so it's just going to be a vote against Trump. And then once they get in the booth and they start seeing all the names on the ticket, it's not even guaranteed that you're going to get that vote. And there will be some people who go in blank ballot. So I think that this just upped the Republican chances of us winning. But I'm gonna hop off of here. Thanks for having me on, Sunni. Deontay, it was
All right,
great to
baby
talk to
Maga.
y'all.
All right, baby man. Holla at you, brother.
Well, there's this
Yeah.
video. I got this interesting video that I want to play for you guys. Somebody just sent this to me. I'm not exactly sure what it is. It's going to be a raw reaction between all of us, but apparently it's some talking about the Democratic convention. So
Going to be interesting is the Democrat convention.
Where's that going to be?
That's in Chicago.
Like,
for those of you that weren't alive in 1968, the Democratic Convention in Chicago in 1968, where Lyndon Johnson bowed out of the race, I remember sitting in my parents' living room. I was in like 8th grade or 7th grade. And Lyndon Johnson addressed the nation. He goes, if nominated, I will not nor will I accept the nomination for president's prime time. He said, wow, he just said he's stepping down. It was going to be Bobby Kennedy, and they shot Bobby Kennedy in the head. And then it was Hubert Humphrey. Nobody wanted Hubert Humphrey. And everybody went to Chicago and they rioted on national TV. So we were watching the convention. They go, oh, go outside with a disturbance. And they're billy clubbing people. And the people are chanting, the whole world's watching, the whole world's watching. They're just beating the shit out of the demonstrators. It was wild. That was Chicago Democratic Convention. History doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. The one that...
History doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. That was pretty interesting. I'm interested to see how this is handled at the Democrat convention. I don't know. I don't know what any of this means. All I know is they're going to have to pull at people's heartstrings in order to win this election. There's no other path forward for them. They're highly unpopular when it comes to the economy. Joe Biden just sat on not live television, but live social media and did an interview and called himself a Zionist. That's going to alienate his base.
Terrible. Terrible. And
who else do we got?
That's really the Democrat Party's biggest dilemma, is that he's unfiltered, and when he's given the reins to say whatever it is that he wants to say, when there's not a scripted format of limiting his thoughts, he's going to dig himself multiple holes in a span of 10 minutes. Like he can't do free flow interviews, and
no, he can't.
I think. I know we talk about what we call lunacrats a lot, but I think moderate Democrats, like the reasonable centrists, the rational people that can say, okay, hey, you know what? I don't like Donald Trump's rhetoric. I think that he's very distasteful. I think that he is inflammatory. I think that he's unpresidential, right? But if I'm going to contrast performance, if I'm going to look at Donald Trump's first 3 years as president before the pandemic, and I'm going to contrast that to Biden's now 4 years as president, it's not remotely close, right? We have cumulative inflation at over 20% over the last 4 years, whereas under Trump, it was about 7.8%. Year over year inflation is well over 5%. We have a war in Ukraine, right, which Donald Trump avoided any new conflicts. There were still ongoing conflicts that had not fully come to an end, right? We were either energy independent or becoming energy independent. Deregulation and the tax cuts generated the most tax revenues ever in history, which that's not going to satisfy the left ideologically, but you can't argue with facts, right? Like the tax cuts generated more tax revenues than ever before in history, which disproves this notion that if you tax the rich more aggressively, you're going to generate more tax revenue. The reality is when you up the ante or you increase the tax rates, you're going to disincentivize business. You're going to stifle the growth of business. You're going to get a lot of people looking to restructure themselves from corps to LLCs. These people have the best attorneys and accountants and tax preparers in the United States, right? So they're not just going to subjugate themselves to a punitive system of taxation. They're going to learn how to pay less taxes. And so, I don't know if Liddell's seen this. What's up, Liddell?
How you doing, brother?
Pretty good. Slippery Larry Fink. He seems to flow with whatever direction the wind is going politically because Biden loved him. The Biden administration loved him. But all of a sudden now, right, Mr. ESG himself, Mr. BlackRock himself is now recommending deregulation and growth in the private sector is what's needed to curb this unmanageable deficit that we have at the moment.
Correct.
And I just thought that was interesting, right? Like,
I think you and I agree, D. When it comes to money, most titans on Wall Street globalists are going to lean more on what's going to make their pockets fatter.
Yeah.
And right now what's happening is, yeah, they were spitting out Green New Deal and ESG and DEI stuff, but then of course they're slowly beginning to see like the masses are not accepting these type of policies, and it's beginning to affect their pocketbooks.
Yep.
So now what's happening is they're saying we got to pivot now, because if we don't, we're going to take a huge L. We ain't in the business of making a huge L at all. So I'm not surprised at all that they actually pivoted back. I actually kind of expected it.
You know, I agree, and I think these are, you know, extremely crafty people, and they're not discontinuing their agendas. They're just modifying the point at which it will be accomplished. They're pushing out the timeline. They're willing to extend the timeline because they're playing the long game. So they're looking at it right now like, okay, Biden has post World War II, maybe with the exception of Jimmy Carter, Biden has the lowest approval rating of any president post World War II except Jimmy Carter, right? So no president, no sitting president with that low of approval rating has ever been reelected.
Never.
Right. They're also looking at the fact that you can blame or attribute guilt to Trump for dividing the country, but under the Biden administration, the country has become more politically polarized than it was during Trump's administration, and theoretically, I think that a big factor of that is the economic turmoil. Because when people have money and the economy is good, people are less politically hostile, right? Like people got money and their pocketbook isn't being damaged, right? They have disposable income. They can go on vacations. They can invest. They can save. So there's less of a fiercity, right, about political opposition. But when the economy is in shambles, when real wages are declining, when there's continual revisions of the job report and people feel like they're being gaslighted and lied to about economic data, like it's Biden's just not palatable. And where I think the Democrats have made a mistake is they waited too long for him to drop out. He should have dropped out of the race
a long time ago,
before the race even started, right? Like he should have announced 3, 4 months, 5, 6 months ago, hey, I'm a one and done president. My age, my current medical condition will not allow me to continue running this country. Let me step aside and begin putting some steam behind another candidate. Now it's chaos.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, Sonny, maybe I'm optimistic, but Baby MAGA, before he got off, said the Republican Party is united. That's difficult to beat, right? Like people are attracted to unity, to certainty. There's no question on the right whether Donald Trump is the candidate or not. We already got those people out the way.
I don't even think right now, with how things are going right now, Obama could be Trump right now. After his assassination, I don't think he could beat him, because of the fact that I can say
I don't know.
visibly, it'll be close. I'll say it'll be close. The reason why is because the one thing I can say about Trump now is he looks visibly different. I don't know if you guys saw on that first day or second day of the convention, Donald Trump Jr. was crying. I have never seen the kids at all. He's hugging his grandchildren even more and more and more. That dude almost got killed. And I think that, man, this is just my interpretation. I may be wrong. His perspective may have changed. Now we're going to see when he begins talking. Tonight's going to show a lot. It's going to show a lot. If he kills it tonight, I don't see. I'll say this before I have to calm down because I have to go to an event. On the Democratic side, if they overstep Kamala Harris for the nominee, that's going to be a problem, because she has been vocal about, I want this nomination.
Yeah, the only way the only way that becomes that's not politically disastrous is if they select Michelle Obama.
But she don't want it. She don't want to come in.
Yeah. I mean, she doesn't want it.
I was saying that too.
And if I was her, I wouldn't. Right now, you have Trump at his strongest. If I'm Gavin Newsom, I'm out. Whitmer, I'm out.
Yeah. So I
Obama,
hear you.
I'm out.
I hear you. And here here are two things that come to my mind.
Okay.
I'm in conspiracy theory alley right now, right?
Okay.
So let me preface my statement with that. One, I believe that these parties operate with the art, if you would call it that, of blackmail. And I don't know if they have anything on the Obamas, but I've heard other political commentators essentially suggest that when they tap you,
oh yeah,
you don't have the choice to reject the tapping, right? When you're called, you have to answer the call. So if they call Michelle, I question as to whether, if she reject, but then I also take into consideration the level of power and influence that her husband has, and maybe she's exempt, right, from protocol or standard operating procedure here. But then I also think about,
if you see this, Deontay, real fast. I'm sorry, brother. Did y'all just hear? Donald Trump is considering Jamie Dimon as a U.S. Treasury Secretary.
Terrible.
Whoa.
Terrible. But guess what? That's crazy that you say that, because I literally have over here on my web browser right now, right? I typed in Larry Fink is supporting Trump because I wanted to see what comes back. And it says Larry Fink urges Biden or Trump to pursue economic boom. This is the article that I was talking about the other day on Bloomberg.
Okay.
Right. But even that, just for that to be a headline, because if I'm not mistaken, didn't Larry Fink have a position in the Biden administration?
I don't think so. I may be wrong. I don't think so, though. I don't think so.
I think he was like a count, some type of like special counsel or
maybe. But I can tell you that DNC is going to be it may be a mess.
But see with a selection like that, hey, I'm telling you, Liddell, right? This makes me, and I don't have a problem with going down conspiracy alley, but it makes me think, like, Sunni often talks about people's connections in the realm of politics, and for you to select Jamie Dimon as the U.S. Treasury, I mean, granted, Jamie Dimon has come out and in a very indirect and passive way condemned some of the commentary from mainstream media against Trump, right? While also wearing the Ukraine pin. I know you know what interview I'm talking about. And he's directly connected to the World Economic Forum. He's closely tied with the world globalists.
Yes, he is. I would say no to that.
What is going on? Like, first you select Vance, which is, for people that are attentive to politics, we knew that he was an option, but we didn't think you were going to select him.
I didn't think he was going to choose him. Yep.
Right? Like, we thought you would have chosen a MAGA candidate. We're talking Vivek Ramaswamy.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Tulsi Gabbard.
But they're saying that Vance is a MAGA candidate.
Oh, he's not.
I mean, yeah, they can say that, right? But everyone who, and see, this is where there's even a divide happening right now in MAGA, because what we're seeing the difference between the Trump loyalist, the people that just that they'll praise every decision he makes like he's flawless, and between the people that are actually informed, that are concerned about the relationships or partnerships that he's forming with people domestically and internationally. For me, I can't get over the fact that he called the man Hitler. Like, especially when he called him Hitler. It's not even just that he called him Hitler, but he called him Hitler before that was even popular rhetoric among the Democrat Party in mainstream media, to my understanding. I could be mistaken about the timeline, right? But he did that, what, like 6 years ago, 4 to 6 years ago? I think he did that before Trump even got elected.
2016.
Before Trump got elected the first time. So it's like, what could possess you to consider someone that has never displayed any characteristics or rhetoric that is remotely close to Hitler at that time. Consider this man Hitler. Like what would possess you to utter such a statement? Unless you're
He could have picked Mike Pompeo, and I would have been like, okay, that makes sense.
No. I don't like Mike Pompeo either. No,
Mike Pompeo is a neocon.
Why?
He's a neocon.
Sure
he's
is.
He's a warmonger.
Sure
but
is.
See, and this
it would have made more sense.
No, yeah, I think it would have made more sense, but it wouldn't have been politically appetizing.
No,
we would have. Of course, we'd be having the same conversation. But I'm agreeing with what you're saying. Is this JD Vance pick is it's odd.
And
everything about this entire thing is odd.
I don't think it's odd at all. I don't think it's odd at all. I actually expected Vance because it was out of Burgum, Vance, and you had who was that third person? Marco Rubio. Could have been Rubio because he's in Florida.
I think Rubio would have been better than.
I don't. I think that Vance is a young, fresh face who in the past was anti-Trump, but has now owned it on camera and has been pro-MAGA this whole time, to where Rubio couldn't have been his VP because he's in Florida. Can't do it. Burgum, yeah, but
he's not palatable to the majority of Americans.
He's not. So
and Vance he's too old.
Exactly. Vance was the logical. He's young. He's vocal. He's been
to be honest,
in the Senate.
Nobody can convince me otherwise. Tulsi or Vivek were the best options.
Yep, the best options.
No, and really either you could have went either direction.
For an America First agenda, they were the best option. He just sat on stage talking about giving more assistance to Israel, and he correlated it to bombing Iran. That was one of the first things you hear out of his mouth is VP.
The key words that I'm extracting from your prior statement are America First. We do not have an America First ticket right now. We don't. We have what appears to be a president that is leveraged to make America great again in America First rhetoric, but selected a candidate that is just going to duplicate what the neocons have done. It's easy, right? Like let me just say this real quick. It's easy, right, to get on camera and say everything that people want to hear. But it's another thing. But it's another thing to be convincing. You know where I didn't see JD Vance at CPUSA. You know where I didn't see JD Vance at any of the conventions where or I never seen him support or endorse Trump at any of his rallies. Right? Vivek was in the trenches with Trump. With Trump, going to rallies. He was at CPUSA.
Vivek was the best
Tulsi
pick.
Gabbard was at CPUSA.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Vivek, I'll say this today. I came down. Vivek was the best pick. He would have filleted anybody debating. He's at Obama level when it comes to debating. He's that good.
Probably gonna make people.
He's that good. And so what I would say is, on Vance, I hear what you guys are saying, and I hear the perspective, and I actually agree with it. I'm gonna wait and see with him. and see what actually happens. I think Trump picked Vance because he wanted someone that could be loyal to him. It was a loyalty pick. That's what it was. Loyalty pick.
I don't even think that dude is going to be loyal. I think he's going to do what he was selected to do. Look, people can say, if you can say that Obama was a plant because he literally came out of nowhere, we're all sitting here saying, bro, I ain't seen him at no events. I've never seen him at rallies. I seen Trump endorse him during his race when he ran in Ohio. He got the MAGA endorsement. But we don't see nobody, you don't see JD Vance popping out like that. I'm going to call him a plant. I'm going to call him what he is based on the first words that I heard out of his mouth, which is Iran.
I got to carry on, guys. I got to go. God bless you guys. Good to see you, D-Man. Love the hairstyle, brother.
Hey, you funny, man.
I see you, man. I see
Good to
you,
see you,
baby.
man.
Looking like
Yeah,
you from
I
Miami.
decided to grow it out a little bit,
I
man.
see you, Doc. Well, all right, y'all. Good to see you guys, man. All right, y'all. Peace.
All right. Now, you know what is interesting though, right, Sonny, is that I've seen where was it? Let me find the YouTube page. Because you know where JP, you know where JD Vance seems to have a bit of a spotlight is in academic circles. Like he does a lot of speaking at universities or like non-governmental organizations, think tanks. I definitely see, and before he was even like a presidential, a VP option, I encountered him in some discussions with Kevin Roberts and the president at Heritage Foundation, and I've seen. I'll say this: he is astute politically. Like he's well informed on government. He's well informed on the issues. So I don't know. I mean, a part of me wants to be trusting of Trump and think that okay, Trump knows what he's doing, and Trump is making decisions that we in the public, we civilians, may not really understand because we don't have direct insight. We're not insiders, but it wasn't a good decision in the sense of he didn't satisfy his base. I don't think this selection satisfies his base. I think his base has to just kind of accept that this is the individual that he selected, even though it's not who we wanted.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't know. It's
I don't disagree. There's a lot of things that I do like about JD Vance.
Interestingly enough, like the John Birch, like which we know people are going to say that's a white supremacist organization, and I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. But like among some really conservative think tanks or nonprofits, he has a high approval rating.
Yeah, he does.
Which is interesting, right? Because that means he's being vetted by multiple different people. And then to the point that I made the other day, even Tucker came out.
Yeah, Tucker came out and said it.
And Tucker not only said that, but there's a picture with JD Vance and what's the crazy warmonger guy from South Carolina?
Lindsey Graham.
There's a picture with JD Vance and Lindsey Graham and Tucker going in. He's blasting Lindsey Graham. Essentially, because Lindsey Graham posted a picture trying to pretty much, congratulate JD Vance on the VP selection and say, hey, long story short, I've always backed you. And Tucker's like, no, you didn't. No, stop it. Tucker's unfiltered. He doesn't care. He doesn't have a care in the world. He's going to say exactly what's on his mind. So even that, right? Like Tucker having been somebody that he was born to a wealthy family. He's from California. He's an insider. He was in media for 20 years, right? He has been around everybody in Washington, and he has no problem calling people scumbags, right? Or just evil or whatever. And whether you like Tucker or not, objectively, I think that if a person is being objective, they can say Tucker may have some extreme views or some views that are on the far other side of the spectrum, but he's honest, right? He says what he means, and he means what he says. So take that for what it's worth.
We just got to wait and see how he governs. The bottom line is what it's going to come down to. People are going to have their first reaction to something he does that they think is egregious. I know what's going to happen. Something's going to happen within the Trump administration. I believe he's going to be president. So when he's president, there will be more critiques of his governing. I guarantee it.
I think I sent you the clip on Instagram. Did you watch that clip that I sent you with JD Vance on IG?
I don't know, man. Let me see. I get a bunch of videos. I don't even see it. Oh, I see it right here.
From James Lindsay. You gotta play that. Play that for the people so they can hear it.
Founding fathers actually created a very powerful chief executive, a very powerful president. But if he can't even fire the people in his own administration, like, is this really a successful republic? So a lot of conservatives have said we should deconstruct the administrative state. We should basically eliminate the administrative state. And I'm sympathetic to that project. But another option is that we should just seize the administrative state for our own purposes. We should fire all of the people. I mean, I think Trump is going to run again in 2024. I think he'll probably win again in 2024. And he'll win by a margin such that he will be the president of the United States in January of 2025. I think that what Trump should do, like if I was giving him one piece of advice, fire every single mid-level bureaucrat, every civil servant in the administrative. Founding fathers actually.
I gotta hear your thoughts.
It sounds like Project 2025 to me. This is why I know people don't understand what I'm saying when I say it. Agenda 47 is Project 2025. I don't care what you say.
Now let me
Trump
say this.
is going, if this guy is his VP and he gets in there and him and Trump are on one accord, you don't think Trump's, look, let's just go back in time when people said Trump was going to come back and rule with a vengeance. He's coming back. It's retribution. Y'all done tried to kill this man. Now you tried to kill him. You've been trying to lock him up. You've been trying to label him a felon. You've been trying to do this. You don't think these people are going to come in and say, all of y'all niggas is out. And what are we going to do? We're going to sit out here and say, oh my God, this is why we shouldn't have voted for J.D. Vance. Well,
So peep this. Now, we were talking yesterday about Christian conservatism versus secular conservatism.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you checked out the discussion on. Give me a second.
Yeah. His son cutting up. He said, wait a minute. Who is this? Is this niggas for Trump? We need to listen to the niggas for Trump. Hold on.
He who has not sinned, let him cast the first
Oh God,
stone.
here we go. How do y'all come out with that? Wait a minute. How do y'all come out with that?
Isn't it down in the church? A lot of people, they would ask me questions. Why would you allow Donald Trump to come into your church? How many know that the Bible says we are all sinners
Oh, God.
and we all need the grace of God? How many know that the Bible says he who has not sinned, let him cast the first stone?
This seems to be an ongoing, reoccurring theme at the RNC. Do you hear the message that they're sending? This is... Oh my God. God is good. That was hilarious.
All the time. All the time.
He said I'm fired.
But look though, right? So what I was saying
man.
before, I had my son is having a full blown tantrum. You know, he's about to be 3, so he's having those prolonged tantrums. He was woken up. He was woken up from his nap, and he didn't take too kindly to that. So, but seize the administrative state, right? Seize the means of production. Different sides of the political spectrum, rhetorically, socialists, communists, Marxists say seize the means of production. Seize the administrative state. This language like that is why the Democrat Party and leftists are able to call the right fascists. Whether it is accurate or not,
yeah,
that's not a conservative stance. If you're truly conservative and your objective is limited government, but see, this is where people need to be able to differentiate between libertarianism,
yeah,
and right libertarianism or right-leaning libertarianism, and or what today is called right-leaning libertarianism, which is really just classical liberalism, and conservatism. Because if conservatives are advocates of limited government and they want to dismantle the deep state, and listen to what he said. He said, what he say? Play it again. He said something like, I don't know what he said.
He said, I have sympathy.
I have sympathy for that position, but the alternative or the other choice,
yep, We can play it again.
seizing.
I'm going to post this because I'm going to say I thought y'all were against Project 2025. This sounds like Project 2025 to me. Fire all y'all and put a bunch of loyalists in place.
Right.
Huh.
Right.
Hmm.
Right.
Let me play real quick.
Created a very powerful chief executive, a very powerful president. But if he can't even fire the people in his own administration, like, is this really a successful republic?
Pause it there. Let's top it up.
So a lot.
So his claim is that the founding fathers created an extremely strong chief executive position. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that that was the intent of the founding fathers? I don't know. I guess I got to go study that more extensively.
The intent of the founding fathers was what now? Say it again.
To create a strong chief executive. Like, do you think that they intended for the president to have a lot of power?
I don't, or else I don't think they would have placed the checks and balances that they did as far as Congress goes. I think Congress is the most powerful entity in government, period. So when your Congress has more power, especially voting power over the president, I would say that I don't think that was their goal. I think they wanted checks and balances, and they wanted oversight pretty much, given they came from Great Britain. Those conditions, somebody coming from those conditions is going to want some oversight, right? But I don't think that they intended for the president to be a dictator, essentially, or for us to exist as a monarch. I don't think that, no.
Yeah, so I don't think, obviously they were opposed to any type of monarchy or monarchism, but I think there was a spectrum of opinion, and there was a difference of opinion between some of the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists. I think James Madison, for example, wanted the president to have broad executive powers, general powers.
Mm-hmm.
Some things listed, explicitly stated, and other things kind of just implied, or things that would be discovered as they went along. I think somebody the other day said it right, where I don't know if the founding fathers really thought that this experiment was going to last long, right? So, but I agree that the legislative branch was designed to be, I don't know if the word is the strongest branch of government, but the most influential branch of government, right? Like, because they're the legislators, they craft law. And there's a representative process of election where the citizenry elects individuals that go and represent on their behalf, and theoretically, and draft laws that are supposed to represent the wants, the needs of the citizenry. But I don't know. I think the checks and balances is great theoretically, but in practice, it's always, like every other thing that man creates, is a tainted system. And it always it leads to corruption. So now the question becomes this: whether he's right or not, right? Mm-hmm. We live in a society now where would you say that the power of the legislative branch has waned? It's weakened, or it has strengthened, or
I think it's strengthened itself. And to be honest, I think I think their influence is what makes them powerful, more so than them drafting legislation, because we still have the Senate, and we still do have two bodies that are antithetical to each other as far as things that happen here at home. I'll say they're on one accord when it comes to foreign spending, 99% of the time. But I think they have the ability to influence like crazy. That's what makes them powerful to me. That's what makes this specific body dangerous, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't know if I would say that their power has shrunk. I would say that.
No, I think it's strengthened. I think it's bigger than ever.
No. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
The legislative branch is powerful, but I've also seen that the executive branch has become a lot more powerful as well. I mean, look at the concept of executive orders, right? Like executive orders run wild. Presidents come in and just start signing off executive orders to undo what the prior president did, right? So, where I think the executive branch has gone rogue a little bit is the expansion of agencies. Like there are how many agencies are in the executive branch? Let me look that up right now.
I don't even know.
How many
I think Trump's.
agencies are in the executive branch? So there are 15 executive departments.
Oh,
The
Donald
United
Trump speaking.
States, President Donald J. Trump.
Good. My phone about to die anyway. I'm gonna put it on the charger.
Okay. They would put this song up for him. Let's see if Trump knocks it out the park. If Trump knocks it out the park with this election is his. He's not speaking? When the freak is he? I thought he was speaking today. Oh my God, bro. I don't want to see the man come out. I want to hear him talk. All right, well, I got happy for nothing. What time is he speaking? That's what I need to know. The cult doing the cult thing again. Corey, you're in a cult, man. You're in a religion, and the religion you practice is socialism. Stop it. Back to this whole JD Vance situation. Jason Aldean and Brittany. Who is that?
Come on, Corey knows that Antonio Gramsci literally called socialism a religion. I don't know why he'd be up here playing.
All right, so Trump's in the building around 8-ish. Well, that's in like 7 minutes. So, okay, whatever. We can get back to the topic, and then when Trump comes out, we'll listen to what he's got to say, and hopefully we can figure out how the hell Joe Biden's going to pull this off. Have you replaced it at all? Does it smell? We'll try that first. Oh, Central? Damn, so that's 9 o'clock. Okay. I ain't about to be sitting up here that long. Country singer and his wife. Okay. I've never heard of Vance. Oh, that's that guy that says try that shit in a small town. Okay. I got you. Why does Mitch keep telling me to come back on?
Hey, Wisconsin is Central Standard Time or Eastern Standard Time? I think it's Midwest.
I think it's Central, if I'm not
so
mistaken.
Maybe he's not speaking for another hour.
Yeah. Who is this guy? He's a biggin. Oh my goodness. Okay, then you don't have to worry about it. Of course you do. Just don't change it.
A lot of conservatives have said we should deconstruct the administrative state. We should basically eliminate the administrative state. And I'm sympathetic to that project. But another option is that we should just seize the administrative state for our own purposes.
He says seize the administrative state for our own purposes. What are those purposes? I wonder if anybody's seen this. I just posted this. And I want to see what kind of responses I'm going to get. If I'm going to be met with, he's changed.
Well, no, Sunni, what you're going to be met with, right, is what I was telling you yesterday, is the idea. It's ideal to think that you can dismantle the deep state without strengthening the powers of the executive branch and specifically the presidency.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Project 2025 is calling for loyalty and requesting that. I don't know the language verbatim, so I don't want to misrepresent Project 2025. I don't know if they said they must sign like a like a document expressing their loyalty, or if the oath is verbal, right? But it, it it's statism is cancerous. You know, you and me have talked about Murray Rothbard's The Anatomy of the State before. The state, it's like a cancer that can't stop growing. And so when one side of the political aisle becomes dissatisfied with the level of control and influence that the other side of the political aisle has over the system of the state,
Uh-huh.
like you said, you have two options. Option one, pass legislation that actually downsizes government, cut agencies, cut departments, get rid of
Mhm.
the bureaucracy, right? Which is the right direction to go. But the thing is it's not really politically expedient. It's not palatable. It's going to be
Mhm.
met with a lot of pushback. It may be easier just to seize the bureaucracy. But I don't think that's necessarily a conservative stance. But I don't know. You know, but by no means I'm not a scholar or an academic on this. So
Yeah.
I want to listen to like this is why I told you the other day to watch the National Conservative Conference, because
Yeah.
they're talking about these things, and these are PhDs, these are scholars, people in the realm of academia that are well endowed in
Mhm.
the realm of conservatism.
I have to check it out. What is Project 2025? I thought it was a book. I know it's a recommendation. It's pretty much it is a big book of leadership recommendations for presidents who are coming in that conservatives want to represent them. It's a playbook essentially. And a lot of people rejected it. Let me continue playing this.
We should fire all of the people. I mean, I think Trump is going to run again in 2024. I think he'll probably win again in 2024, and he'll win by a margin such that he will be the president of the United States in January of 2025. I think that what Trump should do, like if I was giving him one piece of advice, fire every single mid-level bureaucrat, every civil servant in the administrative founding father.
Every civil servant. Wasn't that the language in the Project 2025 to fire civil servants and label them something else? What were they wanting to label them?
I'm bringing up Project 2025 right now.
Thank you, because he's saying exactly what's in Project 2025. If you've read it, then you understand why both of us are hearing certain phrases that are very reminiscent to what Trump has distanced himself from. But essentially, I don't know if JD Vance's views have changed since then, or if he no longer thinks that this is a viable option or the best option. But it's opposite to what Trump is trying to distance himself from. I don't quite understand this. I'm glad I'm seeing this. This is from 2021, so this is almost 3 years ago in September.
And Project 2025 was already it was
already created.
It was either already created or the publication was in the works, right? So I typed Control Find to see how many instances of the word civil come up. So I want to type civil.
Okay. Civil servant, yeah. Somebody brought that to my attention that they had a problem with that verbiage. I think I have it over here too.
So Donald Devine is a senior scholar at the Fund for American Studies in Washington, D.C. He was president at Ronald Reagan's first term office of personal management director, when the Washington Post labeled him Reagan's terrible swift sword of the civil service for cutting bureaucracy and reducing spending by billions of dollars.
They need to prove they are the smaller government, instead of just talking for years. They just use that shit as talking porn, but they never truly apply it. Are you turning into a Trump tard, Josh?
Oh, that's Josh?
Yeah.
I had no idea that was Josh.
Every time we talk about Trump now, Josh has 1,000 excuses as to why Trump knows what he's doing. It sounds like you believe Trump is playing that 4D chess now, Josh. Is that what's happening here? 5D chess, y'all. distancing himself from it because he knows the majority of his people don't want that fascist shit. Corey, do you know what fascism is?
Yeah, he's going to tell you that about the 14 points of fascism, which was produced by a Marxist.
A Marxist
but remember,
says that what you. My bad.
But remember, we're talking about a guy that said that he's okay with authoritarianism as long as it's not fascist rule, whatever that means.
To be fair, I'm sure Trump would agree with a few things within Project 2025. I can't find the PDF. I know I had it downloaded to my.
Just type Project 2025 PDF. It'll come right up.
It'll come up. Okay.
Yeah. The Office of Presidential Personnel. I guess that's what PPO stands for. At the highest level, PPO is tasked with the long-term strategic workforce development. The billets of political appointments are immense importance. And whatever. That's not it.
Project 2025 PDF. There we go.
The modern so this is from Executive Office of the President of the United States, Russ Vought, RUSS space Vought, VOUGHT. So the modern conservative president's task is to limit, control, and direct the executive branch on behalf of the American people. This challenge is created and exacerbated by factors like Congress's decades-long tendency to delegate its lawmaking power to agency bureaucracies, the pervasive notion of expert independence that protects so-called expert authorities from scrutiny, the presumed inability to hold career civil servants accountable for their performance, and the increasing reality that many agencies are not only too big and powerful, but are also increasingly weaponized against the public and president who was elected by the people and empowered by the Constitution to govern. So that's on page 43.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
So here's what that sounds like to me. I find it interesting that the Supreme Court literally just overturned the Chevron doctrine, right? And so, hey, just connecting some dots here. Trump appointed a lot of conservative judges, and he appointed 3 conservative judges to the Supreme Court, right? Amy Coney Barrett. Who were the 3? Amy Coney Barrett, Kavanaugh, and
Roberts.
Roberts, right? So these people have had, hey, don't sleep on conservatives, Looney. It looks like the conservatives may have been plotting strategically for some time now. Because
man,
because here's the thing, right? The Democrats do a great job. This is what they mean when they say threat to democracy. What they're really saying is this threat to governance the way that we've been governing for the last 40 or 50 years. We've grown accustomed to relying on the experts, right? Because then we could essentially, we could delegate tasks, responsibilities, and allow unelected officials to make major decisions without receiving any backlash because there is no procedure to hold them accountable. Because they're not legislators, we don't elect them and unelect them, right? So when I read that, I'm not opposed to that. Now, maybe I'm a fascist for that, but I'm not opposed, right? Neil Gorsuch, right? So it was Roberts, Kavanaugh. I mean Roberts, Gorsuch, Roberts, Gorsuch, and Coney Barrett. I don't think it was Kavanaugh.
It wasn't Kavanaugh? Who put Kavanaugh in?
Yeah, I don't know. Let me see. Who did?
I thought it was Kavanaugh because he went through that. He was going through hell.
Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett. He didn't put Roberts.
It wasn't Roberts. Okay.
Right. So
that must have been Obama.
Let me see. Who appointed Roberts? George W. Bush.
Damn, Roberts has been around that long. Okay.
Yeah, Robert's been around for a minute.
Right.
Yeah, it was Kavanaugh. Right. Okay, back to Project 2025. So when you read this, right, do you have a problem with the current system as it exists? Well, now that Chevron deference has been overturned, let's say before the overturning of Chevron, do you have a problem with that system where Congress legislates, draft the law, writes the law, but then agencies are given autonomy to interpret the law as they see fit?
No, I don't think that they should be able to interpret the law as they see fit. I think they should be interpreting the law objectively with a limited bias. Me personally,
I agree.
I would. I'm not gonna sit here and say that I wouldn't want a stacked Supreme Court full of nothing but conservative judges ruling the way that I see fit. But we don't live in that type of country.
No,
So,
to play devil's advocate, I think that I do. To an extent, I understand the opposing side's argument that there should be experts, right? Because prime example, I was listening to a liberal lawyer have a discussion about this the other day, screaming that it was the end of government as we know it because the Chevron doctrine had been overturned, right? But they were talking about, I think they were talking about the Environmental Protection Agency, right? Congressmen and judges don't understand science, right? When it comes to maybe certain contaminants in water or a certain amount of parts per million of a certain carcinogenic element that's present in the water. So I understand the need for there to be experts, but the problem is, and I think you just hinted at this, is that experts can be political and they can be they can be politicized.
Yes.
And it's clear to me that in academia, which is a very liberal environment, right, the majority of the experts are liberal, and the conservative experts are shunned, right, or they're not given a platform, right, to be able to give the other side of the coin of the opposing argument. Prime example, what's the name of that doctor that wrote the book with Kennedy?
Wrote a book with Kennedy. Which Kennedy?
Peter McCullough.
Okay. Yeah,
Peter McCullough during the pandemic. One of the most renowned physicians in the world, right?
Yeah, I follow his Substack. Yeah.
Silenced.
Well, I think this levels the playing field is what it does, and it allows for the free flowing of information to come through, not only in academia, but it allows for our government agencies and departments to work like they should. I don't have a problem with Project 2020. I'm going to be honest. I don't have a problem with Project 2025. I don't.
No.
I have zero problems with this.
I won't say that I have zero problems with it because I haven't read all 922 pages, but from what I've read so far, I have not found anything that's problematic.
Well, yeah, not zero. There's look, the Trump loyalist thing was just like, that's a bit much. If it's like a person who is America first and that's America first across the board and they're a loyalist there, I don't have any problems with that. But when you slap Trump's name on it, that's his vision for the country, not America's vision for the country. As far as I'm concerned, I still believe in we the people, even though we the people aren't as vocal and active as we should be. I think that that's a real concept that you should still be holding on to. I knew you were going to say that. I knew. How did I know you were going to come in here and say that? Trump said abysmal and ridiculous. Trump's playing politics.
Yeah, but see, that's the problem with conservatives is that they're afraid to be openly conservative because they know that the majority of them, and I can't objectively say that the majority of the American populace is liberal. I'm going based off, it's anecdotal for me to say that I'm going based off my engagement with people. But I also know that that's a small sample size, right? We know 74 million people voted for Donald Trump in the last election. Are all of those people conservative? No. But I would say that a sizable portion of the country is conservative. And so conservative politicians should be unapologetic about being conservative and should appeal to their conservative base. I think that that's more respectable. I think that may attract some individuals that are on the fence about conservatism, but it's just not culturally appeasing, right? Like
Yeah.
people are afraid to go against the grain. Conservatism is definitely against the grain. It's becoming more of a grain in its own right, but it's still, I mean, media is liberalized, Hollywood is liberalized, academia is liberalized, entertainment in general is extremely liberal. So
Hmm.
being conservative is like it's seen as antiquated. Like you're stuck in the past and you don't want to move forward. It's
Yep.
anti-progressive,
Yep. That's exactly what they say.
right? So for him to say that it's abysmal and ridiculous, if he then proceeds to implement any of the policy recommendations in this,
Which
right?
he will.
Which he will, people are
Yep.
going to say, "Up, liar!" Like they're going to
Yep.
they're going to say everything. Now here's the
Left
thing.
wing media is going to come out and be like, "We told you guys. Look."
Yeah. Now, where he saves himself a little bit is that there are similarities between Agenda 47 and Project 2025. They're not
Yeah.
identical by any means,
They're
but
not identical. No.
and I think that he also saves himself in the sense that he's not calling for loyalists in Agenda 47. He's not mandating that you're loyal to him,
No.
right?
He's not.
But that would be politically stupid for him to come out and openly say that.
Yeah. I bet privately he is though. I bet you everybody up in there is signing what is it?
NDAs.
NDAs. I was about to say DNRs, do not resuscitate. Everybody
Do
up in there
not
has signed it. It's
Let
signed
him
an
die.
NDA. So
Yeah.
I don't know. All I know, and this is crazy. I just got an update. I don't know how true this is, but I just got an update where a Biden campaign, I guess somebody from the Biden campaign came out and denied withdrawals, the rumors of withdrawal, and it reaffirms his commitment to the election.
Yeah,
Biden campaign member TJ Ducklow stated that President Biden is not dropping out of the race, urging people not to trust anonymous sources. I think that this is damage control.
Well, here's the thing. I think Biden has already cleared, like he's already made it very clear that he's not willing to relinquish his position. He's
25th Amendment. 25th Amendment is coming, y'all.
Oh, I don't know if the 25th Amendment is coming.
I believe it. If he's gonna fight like this,
why?
And well, number one, they're gonna use COVID against him, and they're gonna use his cognitive decline against him to get him up out of there.
That would be politically disastrous because for the last 4 weeks, how long ago was the debate? 2 weeks ago?
No, it's been about 3 or 4 weeks.
Okay,
it's been almost a month.
Let's just say 2 to 3 weeks ago when the debate happened, their immediate response and their repetitive response, they just were redundantly, right, trying to convince the American people that he's cognitively capable. So
was it Obama though? Like when I'm talking about
what I'm
25th Amendment is I'm talking about the big wigs. I'm talking about the heavy hitters.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong.
I think they can change the people who ran interference.
No, yeah, they can definitely get the media on board to change tune and begin to.
But you think it'll wound them?
It'll wound them politically, yeah. Because if you're a moderate, if the Democrats need 2 groups to vote their direction to win this election. Black people en masse, Black Americans, and number 2, independents, moderates. They need the people that are on the fence that are concerned about Trump being a dictator. They need to, and just boldly and obviously lying is not politically expedient. You don't go from saying, "Oh, he's cognitively capable and we're behind him and he's just so well spoken in private quarters and he's really he's really ingenious and creative and he's well versed in to hey, cognitive decline. Yeah, we got to run a new candidate." That's just, I don't know, for me. But then again, there I go placing my lens on other people as if other people are objectively critical and not extremely biased and tribalistic. I mean, when you have people like Destiny in a public sphere saying, "I'll vote for a corpse," that
He
makes me
definitely did say that.
that makes me question the sanity of individuals, right? It makes me wonder: are these people are these people sane? Like, are they mentally fit to even be participating in elections? But then, if I say that, I'm a fascist. Wait, what are you suggesting? Are you suggesting that certain people shouldn't be allowed to vote? Well, I don't know. I mean, people that won't come out and
Kinda.
yeah, I mean, people that won't condemn assassination attempts, people that say they'll vote for corpses. Is
It's a
that a
little
threat to
odd.
is that a threat to democracy? You're willing to
That is
vote
a
for
threat to democracy,
yeah,
I
you're willing to
think.
vote for
That's like
dead
saying
people.
you're going to vote for a dead person.
Yeah, like I've
Like
also heard I've also
foundation.
yeah, this crazy. I'm telling you, I've heard Democrats say that they want to vote for Biden just because of the officials that are in his administration. In other words, you're okay with people that are not the president running the government.
We got some questions coming in. So as we were talking earlier, I don't think that this current Democrat administration could survive removing Kamala. Like Baby Maga brought up, all that money and fundraising leaves with the Biden administration. So they have to keep her involved in some form. Whether it's, I don't think she's going to run as a VP. I can't see Kamala Harris playing second fiddle to anybody that they put up, right, at the DNC, which everybody should be watching the DNC this year. That should have the highest ratings ever this year as far as the political season goes.
Yeah, for sure.
You can't get rid of her.
I'm going to be a little honest though, and I think you and me have talked about this on live on various occasions. Hey, mama. The power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I find it a little concerning. I mean, this is why I can't just say I don't have any problems with Project 2025, because theoretically, it sounds good. Like, I like how it sounds. It's like, yeah, okay, you know what? Maybe I can get on board with this. But then I have to pull back and say, okay, you know what? I claim to be very opposed to communism or socialism because it always descends into authoritarianism. And I'm an advocate of preserving and really returning back to the form of government that the founding fathers intended when they crafted the Constitution. And
Yeah.
seizing the bureaucratic state, the administrative state, just to wield the power that it has for your own political agenda is not that's not an agenda that I can get with long term. But this is where they get us though, Sunni, because we look at what liberals have done, how disastrous their policies have been, and we almost say, you know what, we're willing to like Friedrich Hayek. Friedrich Hayek is one of the most renowned Austrian economists, classical liberals in the history of conservatism and liberalism and classical liberalism, but one of the most renowned economists from the Austrian school. And listen to this quote. He said, uh, uh, he said, I gotta find it. He said, it is possible for. Listen to this. Friedrich Hayek. Frederick August It's Frederick August von Hayek, if we're going to use his full name. But he said, it is possible for a dictator to govern in a liberal way. And it is also possible for a democracy to govern with a total lack of liberalism. Personally, I prefer a liberal dictator to a democratic government lacking liberalism. Now, that's mind-boggling and
Yeah.
mind twisting to people that are not well versed in politics or political theory. But when he's saying to a democratic government lacking liberalism, what is he saying? He's saying to a majoritarian mobocracy lacking freedom and liberty.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying. I would prefer a dictator that governs in a liberal way, right? That recognizes the liberties and the rights of people to have autonomy and make individual choices, right? Without government interference, coercion, or force, as opposed to living under a majoritarian, pure democracy, a statist government, right? Where yes, it's democratic because there's a popular vote. The Soviet Union, or I don't know what is it called, what is China called? Is China called
The
China is
Communist Party.
the democratic?
You would lose all moderates, in my opinion, if you fully committed to Project 2025. Y'all wouldn't know. This is the thing: is moderates wouldn't know because they're not going to use the verbiage that Project 2025 uses. They're going to sit up there and say exactly what JD Vance said, and people will be for it. So they would fully embrace Project 2025 without a shadow of a doubt.
So North Korea calls itself the Democratic Republic of North Korea, right? That's a prime example of a democratic government that totally lacks liberalism.
Liberalism, yeah.
Right? China calls itself the People's Republic of China, but dissent against the CCP is not legal.
Right.
Right? You can be jailed. Right? Jack Ma, the Jeff Bezos of China, was literally disappeared for months. Say what you want about the United States. You know, leftists love to call it a fascist, imperialistic regime. But none of us have seen any billionaires jailed or imprisoned or silenced, right? Where they just go missing for months.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen in the United States.
That's true.
So, yeah, I don't know. I can objectively say that I understand the concerns, but I think that the concerns are they're a bit exaggerated, because the same people that are expressing concerns about the quote unquote collapse of democracy are the same people that willfully complied with unelected officials who told us that businesses can be shut down and certain businesses can stay open, and that it's okay for a company to fire you because they want to violate your bodily autonomy. These are the same people that pretend to be advocates of do whatever it is you want, liberty and freedom, but it seems like they only care about that when it comes to people, leading lifestyles that were once considered mental illnesses, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
We're in a
Twilight Zone.
I'm trying to figure out a stronger word because I feel like that's been overused, but it really is the Twilight Zone. It's getting to the point now where I don't want to pick up my phone and look at anything. I just want to go through my day and not know. That's where I'm at. I just want to not know. I don't need to know. I want to have a full day of just bliss because every day is a mind fuck. Every day I'm sitting here just wondering, am I crazy? I can't be crazy. There have to be other people out here to see exactly what I'm seeing. And we're all over here just tripping out.
No, you're not crazy. What's that quote by George Orwell?
Which one? He's got a whole bunch. I've been listening to the Animal Farm.
It's there's two of them. One is the further a society drifts from truth, the more it will hate those who speak it. That's one.
Yeah, there's another one too. I know which one you're talking about. I posted it.
The other one
It's
is
about the truth being a revolutionary act.
yes. Let me see. In a time of deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act.
Yep.
Yeah. So we're living in a 1984-esque, Aldous Huxley,
Orwellian.
Brave New World type of environment, right? I told you got to pick up that book. Go to PDF Drive, and do not. I'm not plugging PDF Drive for the record. All rights reserved. What do those Moorish people say? They start citing all types of U.S. code that they don't even understand.
Oh yeah.
But you got to get that book, Amusing Yourself to Death.
Amusing yourself to death.
Amusing ourselves to death. It's amusing ourselves to death.
I'm gonna read it, man. I started reading Human Action. I got an. I'm like 2 or 3 chapters into that.
I'm gonna turn you into an Austrian.
I actually like the book. And then there's another one you recommended that I'm reading. I just can't remember what it's called right now. But this is by
Human Action is by Ludwig von Mises.
Amusing Ourselves to Death is Neil Postman.
Oh, yep, Neil Postman. Yep.
Okay. Ooh, this already looks good now. I want to read it right now. It's only 197 pages. I'm gonna be done with this by the end of the day.
Yeah, it's a quick read.
All right, I downloaded it.
The Coddling of the American Mind is another one.
Hard times create strong men create good times create weak men create hard times. That seems to be the ongoing quote that I'm hearing from people anytime I open my mouth and express where we are today. And the fact that Joe Biden is rumored to be dropping out, I think he's going to drop out. People predicted August. I think he's going to drop out before or at the DNC. Or he'll drop out before and then give the speech at the DNC. I'm more interested in who they choose, like who they recommend. I don't think Joe Biden is capable of campaigning or running for another 4 years. I just don't see it. I didn't think he would last this long. I thought Joe Biden was going to croak a couple months into his presidency. I did not expect this guy to live this long. I for sure thought he was going to die. Boy, was I wrong. Uh-oh, there's 3 updates. Donald Trump's big night. 3 minutes ago. I don't even know what that means. Donald Trump's employee says he's one hell of a golfer. Mike Pompeo took digs at President Biden's foreign policy track record from Afghanistan withdrawal to Ukraine and Gaza. Wow, even the Chinese spy balloon.
Listen to this. So this is from the introduction to Amusing Ourselves to Death. It says, substantive as this book is, it was predicated on a hook that one British writer, George Orwell, with a frightening vision of the future, a vision that many feared would come true, was mostly off base, while another British writer, Aldous Huxley, with a frightening vision of the future, a vision less well known and less feared, was scarily on target. My father argued his point persuasively, but it was a point for another time, the age of television. New technologies and media are in the ascendancy. Fortunately, and this, more than anything, is what I think makes Amusing Ourselves to Death so emphatically relevant. My father asked such good questions that they can be asked of non-television things, of all sorts of transforming developments and events that have happened since 1985 and since his death, and of all things still unformed for generations to come. His questions can be asked about technologies and media. What happens to us when we become infatuated with and then seduced by them? Do they free us or imprison us? Do they improve or degrade democracy? Do they make our leaders more accountable or less so? Our system more transparent or less so? Do they make us better citizens or better consumers? Are their trade offs worth it? If they're not worth it, yet we still can't stop ourselves from embracing the next new thing because that's just how we're wired, then what strategies can we devise to maintain control, dignity, meaning? Yeah, you got to read this.
Yeah, I'm gonna read it.
You got to read the foreword too, right? It says, but we had forgotten that alongside Orwell's dark vision, there was another slightly older, slightly well less known, equally chilling prediction is what he's talking about. Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. Contrary to common belief, even among the educated, Huxley and Orwell did not prophesy the same thing. Orwell warns that we will be overcome by an externally imposed oppression. But in Huxley's vision, this is it right here. This is the part. But in Huxley's vision, no big brother is required to deprive the people of their autonomy, maturity, and history. As he saw it, people will come to love their oppression, to adore their technologies that undo their capacities to think. I'm going to read that one more time. As he saw it, let me start from the beginning. But in Huxley's vision, no big brother is required to deprive people of their autonomy, maturity, and history. As he saw it, people will come to love their oppression, to adore their technologies that undo their capacities to think. What Orwell feared were those who would ban books. What Huxley feared was that there would be no reason to ban a book, for there would be no one who wanted to read one.
That's definitely facts, though.
Hey,
oh God,
hey.
Tucker Carlson's up there.
Oh yeah, I gotta hear this. Turn this up.
We gotta hear this. What the fuck, man? Oh, come on. I don't want to hear him. What in the world?
Okay. Can I just say, Peter Navarro is back. Welcome to Peter Navarro. Suffering the fate that has happened to so many who are friends with Donald Trump. Thank you for having me. I have been to many conventions. I have never been to a more fun convention or a convention with better vibes. They literally let Navarro out of prison. First of all, thank you. This feels a lot different from what I thought it was going to feel like. I can't hear you, but I know it's something good. So I watched the video of what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania about 50 times. I think I was one of about 8 billion people around the world who watched it. And the more I watched it, the more it struck me that everything was different after that moment. Everything. And this convention is different. The nation is different. The world is different. Donald Trump is different. When he stood up after being shot in the face, bloodied, and put his hand up, I thought at that moment, that was a transformation. This was no longer a man. Well, I think it was divine intervention. But the effect that it had on Donald Trump, he was no longer just a political party's nominee or a former president or a future president. This was the leader of a nation. And I think there's a difference. I've spent most of my life in Washington where the president is at the top of the pyramid, everyone wants to be the president. But if you think about it, the presidency comes with great power, obviously. But if you think about it, that is a title that is bestowed by a process of some sort that can be subverted. And in the end, it does not confer by itself, as no title does, legitimacy. Just because you call yourself the president doesn't mean that much inherently. I can call my dog the CEO of Hewlett Packard. It doesn't mean she is. No, it's true. And you hate to say it, but it is also true, it is a fact, that you could take, I don't know, a mannequin, a dead person, and make him president. If you, no, you could. I'm just saying, theoretically possible. With enough cheating, that could happen. But being a leader is very different. It's not a title. It's organic. You can't name someone a leader. A leader is the bravest man. That's who the leader is. That is true in all human organizations. This is a law of nature. And in that moment, Donald Trump, months before the presidential election, became the leader of this nation. That was the most obvious to me. And I have to say, you know, I think it changed him. I reached out to Trump within hours of it that night. And what he said to me that night, having just been shot in the face, he said not a single word about himself. He said only how amazed he was and how proud he was of the crowd, which didn't run. And I thought two things. The first thing I thought was, well, of course they didn't run. His courage gave them heart. A leader's courage gives courage to his people. And the second thing I thought was, this is the selfish guy I've been hearing about for 9 years, really? Not a word about himself, about his people, period. And the second thing I noticed, which I don't think anyone has remarked upon in public, but I'm just going to since I don't have a script, like why not, is that he turned down the most obvious opportunity in politics to inflame the nation after being shot. To inflame the nation, which is an opportunity that almost every other politician I've ever met, and certainly his opponents, would have taken instantly. And they would have said, well, what is this? How did he get shot? Like, how did this happen? And those are real questions that we have to get to the bottom of. But in the moments, the days, the week after the shooting, he did not say that. He did his best to bring the country together. And I thought, this is the divisive figure. This is the irresponsible person. No, this is the most responsible, unifying behavior of a leader I think I've ever seen. So the question is, where is he leading us? And I could go on for hours, but let me just sum it up. I do think the entire point from the famous escalator ride 9 years ago until today of Donald Trump's public life has been to remind us of one fact, which is a leader's duty is to his people, to his country, and to no other. That's the point. That's the only point. And another word for this is democracy. Democracy, in case you're a little sick of being beaten in the face with democracy on television, actual democracy is the proposition that the citizens of a country own that country. They're not renters, they're not serfs, they're not slaves, they are the owners of the country. And for that to be true, their leaders have to represent them, which is another way of saying they have to do what the people want them to do, or a close approximation thereof. But if they completely ignore what people want, not just 1 year, but generationally, say for 50 years, then it may be, I don't know what, it's not a democracy. And so I think the entire Trump project, paradoxically, is attacked as an enemy of democracy, is to return democracy to the United States. Hey, let's pay attention to what people actually want. And the lack of interest in that question in Washington is something that ultimately drove me out of the city after 35 years. Lawmakers stepping over the prostrate bodies of their fellow citizens ODing on drugs to go cast votes to send money to some foreign country. Yeah, actually, we've lost more Americans from drugs in the past 4 years than we lost in World War II. Yeah, our bloodiest war, more than we lost in World War II. Does anybody care? It is pathetic. It is pathetic. And do you hear a single word from Washington about doing anything about it? We know where the drugs are coming from. We know the supply routes. The U.S. military spent billions bombing the Ho Chi Minh Trail. You don't see our commander-in-chief suggesting that we use our military to protect our country or the lives of its citizens. No, that's for Ukraine. And it's too much, actually. It's too insulting. It's too insulting. It's a middle finger in the face of every American. It's a very clear statement, which is unmistakable. And that is, we don't care about you. And Donald Trump, whatever you say about him, and I think he's a wonderful person. I know him well. By the way, the funniest person I've ever met in my life, actually. You can't be funny without perspective or without empathy, which is true. But everything else about Trump aside, he actually cares because he's interested in the people who live here because that's his job. A father's job, his duty is to his family. An officer's duty is to his men. A president's duty is to his citizens. And he seems to be the only one who thinks that. And in his choice for vice president, J.D. Vance, he's made that really clear. J.D. Vance, I'll say this about him, is a thoroughly decent man, and I'll just admit it, a friend of mine, one of the very few politicians in Washington who actually is very close to his own wife, which is wonderful to see. And she's wonderful, actually. But J.D. Vance has views that are closer to Trump's voters than anyone else in Washington in office. Therefore, he's the vice president. That's called democracy. So I will stop on just one point. And that is what's happened over the past month since the debate, and particularly on Saturday in Butler. I think a lot of people are wondering, what is this? This doesn't look like politics. Something bigger is going on here. I think even people who don't believe in God are beginning to think, well, maybe there's something to this, actually. And I'm starting to think it's going to be okay, actually. I do think that. In the day after the midterm elections in 2018, the Antifa came to my house. The Democratic Party's militia, okay? I was at work. It was obvious when I was at work because it was public. My wife was home alone. They tried to come in through the front door. They terrorized her. She hid in our pantry. It was on television. It was horrible, actually. It was, I mean, I'm not whining about it. I wasn't getting shot in the face, but it wrecked our day. And the next morning, we're lying in bed, and the phone rings for my wife, and it's Donald Trump, who's not like a regular text buddy of Donald Trump's. She picks it up. Hello? Susie, it's Donald Trump. And it's coming through. I could hear it. You know, I'm lying in bed. Whoa. And the first thing he says is, I'm going to stand guard outside your house. And she goes, oh, that's so nice. And he says, I'll never forget this as long as I live. He says, you know, there's a lot of hate out there. And she said, you know, there is, Mr. President. And then he says, but there's a lot of love. There's a lot of love. And we are seeing that love. I don't think it's human love. And I'll just stop with this. I'm not always convinced that I'm on the right side. I've been on the wrong side many times. You'll never hear me say I'm on God's side or God's with me or even I'm with God. I want to be, not sure I am. But I will say this unequivocally and conclusively. God is among us right now. And I think that's enough.
That is well said.
God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Golf General Manager Trump National Doral.
Ooh, a bunch of people are going to take issue with that. They're going to be like, what did he mean that God is among us? What does he mean that he doesn't know? He won't ever say he's aligned with God. I'm telling you right now.
Oh yeah, people are definitely skilled at. Well, I wouldn't know. I don't know if I'd use the word skilled, but they definitely have a proclivity to be critical.
Yeah.
I love when I must say that I like. Sometimes I'm like, ugh, no, okay, too much. But then at the same time, I'm like, yeah, that's good. When the right propagandizes, right? Because Tucker was just throwing that word democracy around however he wanted to. But I'm not saying that I necessarily disagree with this definition. I I don't understand why, and this is what I mean by like political a correctness culture, right? Which is, why can't politicians just come out and say, "Hey, we're not a democracy. We're a representative republic," as Madison expressed in Federalist Papers number 48, and it's synonymous with representative democracy, but it is to be distinguished, or it is very different than majoritarian democracy, mobocracy. We're not a democracy. Don't try to fight with the left about the word democracy. Like, because you're not going to convince the people. I don't know though. I think, and you've said this about me before, like I feel like you win people over through facts, evidence, and knowledge. But that's not the truth. That's not real. It's just not real. Like, I'm like, man, while you on stage, pull up the source. Like, if I'm in public speaking ever, I'm gonna pull up the documents, primary and secondary sources. I'm gonna pull it up and say, hey, let's look back at what Madison said in Federalist Paper number 48. Yeah. Let's look at what Adams said about democracy. Let's just go through these quotes here, because the American people have if they want freedom, they have a civic duty and responsibility to be well informed on American history. So, I don't know. I just,
dude,
I think
I have people in my ear. I'm trying to figure out where this audio is coming from.
Oh, you can hear people?
Can y'all hear this?
Up and the Democrats are
I can't find this screen.
Now,
I'm trying to find this screen.
How much of that?
Oh, it looks like it's Twitter.
When you're doing a marketing campaign, you get like dashboards.
Where is it
you see
at?
how many clicks.
Okay, you have Twitter up on one of your browsers?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you got to close out Twitter.
I'm not going to argue that. It's not really super important. I did see with my own eyes and talking, because I live in a very liberal place. People were talking.
I'm looking at your screen and I'm all close to. I'm realizing I'm close to the screen. Like, damn, I'm too close. They're getting up close.
Bryson's got a space going, and you get a notification. I clicked it, and it put the sound in my ear.
Oh,
damn, that was loud.
Bryson got a space going on.
He's got a space going. It's labeled MAGA versus Christians.
We got to get on Twitter Spaces.
Twitter Spaces, listen. Twitter Space is a whole different. That's like being on TikTok, bro. TikTok is a different beast. TikTok is different than YouTube. YouTube is chill.
Don't you, as the host, have the ability to mute people though?
Yeah, you can mute them. You can kick them. You can do all that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're good. We need to get over here on X immediately. We got to get on Spaces immediately.
It's fun. I participated in a few. Can't complain. I don't know if I want to stay on and cover Trump, y'all. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not gonna sit here until 10 o'clock at night to wait for his ass to come on stage. I just watch the clips. He's speaking to everyone instead of just Christian or religious people.
What's Bryson's name on X?
Bryson Gray. CCG Bryson. My bad. He back there not happy.
Yeah, man, he's still throwing the fit.
Who is this? Mostly peaceful. Let's see. I might join this. I don't know yet.
About MAGA. Racist. They don't like women. They da-da-da.
I just joined
all
right
these
now.
messages that Mark has been beating into their heads for the past 2016, a little bit before 2016, about Donald Trump and all this. He's a rapist. He's this, da-da-da. Women, he doesn't appreciate women. He wants to send you back 200 years. That's what Joe Biden said. They get all that information from the media, and they've been hearing Trump say fake news and fake news is a big thing in America. But they're like, okay, so I have media telling me one thing. I have Trump telling me another thing. I watch the convention and I see a diversity of opinions, a diversity of backgrounds, and some might like it, some might hate it, but a person sits down and watches that and they begin to question what they hear from the legacy media. And that is the interaction I care about. That's Listen. Let me finish. That is an interaction that is happening, and you can't measure it on social media because it's not happening on social media.
But how do you? The question, the problem that we're having here is, I think there's an assumption that a large percentage of moderates or young people or people that can be swayed by this is actually paying attention to the Republican National Convention outside of the few clips. Like, don't get here's the confusion. I've watched every single Republican convention so far, and I watched it on YouTube, and I purposely made sure I went to whatever YouTube is playing on with the most views. On YouTube, the maximum amount of people I've seen it crack is 50,000 live. I've seen people on Twitch hit more than that. And then when you look at legacy media, they're gonna do it. But if you look at the Democrats do it, they're gonna put a negative spin anyway. And then for the people that don't get a negative spin, it's the people that already watch Fox. Yeah. I mean, outside of Van Jones, Van Jones and a few other liberals, but it has nothing to do with Amber Rose. I think really Trump getting shot, or the economy, or people going to the grocery store and realizing they can't afford anything. If people are supporting Trump now, it has nothing to do with the Republican National Convention. It has something to do with what they're experiencing in real life.
I don't disagree with you, and obviously that's why MAGA is so strong currently, is because the left is so dumb, and they don't really, they're not competent, and because they're evil people, the people in charge of the left, that is not the average leftist. But I think we're putting the cart before the horse, and I'm trying not to focus on Amber specifically, but give that as an example of using different values or different backgrounds to promote a message that gets the average American to question whether or not what they're being told by the media is correct. Now, we don't know the analytics, we don't know the data about who's watching the RNC, so we, right now that gets into the speculative nature. But from a strategic viewpoint, from let's say if we were to assume a viewpoint,
not a good strategy,
Trump,
man.
Or maybe his advisors that put together the speakers, it makes sense to me why that speech was put there. Because of that potential value of countering that message from the media specifically. If they're going to hound you on one message, the greatest thing you can do is, we call it in PR, we call it the dead agent. You dead agent what they're saying by showing them an exact contrary evidence to the message that they've been promoting. Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question I need you to answer before you leave, because it didn't get answered.
Yeah.
From a marketing standpoint, we're talking numbers. We don't have specific data, but there is a thing called extrapolate, and we know that if 100 people like something, potentially 1,000 people like it. If 1,000 people like it, potentially 100,000 people like it.
Yeah,
that is
that's not a reliable way to.
I'm not saying it's reliable, but if you extrapolate two things in that way, I'm not even saying it's accurate, but it is something to talk about. And what I'm saying, the point I made didn't get answered. What we do know for a fact, I know for a fact at least 1,000 Christians, from what I know personally, were upset with Amber Rose speaking. They're upset with the current GOP platform. They were disappointed with the RNC thus far after 3 days. I know for a fact I've seen 1,000 minimum. I've only seen one lady on TikTok say that Amber Rose inspired her to be conservative. So what I'm asking you is, from a marketing standpoint, you said you're in marketing, but we know one thing in marketing: when you try to please everybody, you're gonna piss off somebody. The question is the group you're pissing off worth what you're getting in return? And what I want to know is, based on we don't have no exact data, but based on what we can see with our own eyes, with the small amount of things we can see, do you think that is a smart marketing move?
So it sounds like Bryson's relying on an anecdotal experience of having 1,000 Christians.
But we don't have the numbers, so I can't really answer that question. I will say.
Let me mute it real quick.
I don't think that's a strong argument by Bryson. So it sounds like Bryson's argument, to summarize it simply, it's this: I know 1,000 Christians that are dissatisfied with the Republican part, or with the grand old party, with GOP in the RNC welcoming Amber Rose to the convention to speak, right? And therefore, because I know 1,000 Christians that are dissatisfied with this and found it distasteful, or just
all these messages they've been throwing at Trump, these speeches are designed to counter that indicate
now,
we're focusing
the Republican Party is going to lose its Christian
base. To be completely honest,
right? And it's not worth losing its Christian base to the track.
To me,
secular.
I'm like, what are you being angry about? Like, there's literally no reason why Christians should
I
be
get what you're saying, and I agree that we can't use our
your
anecdotals, right?
Messaging,
but I think
I can still hear it. You got to turn it down.
1,000 or so Christians.
You can still hear that?
I'm assuming
okay, my bad. I'm sorry. Okay, is it down now?
Yeah, I can hear
okay.
it.
I don't disagree with what you're saying, as this is a weak argument. But this is where the but comes in. And maybe I shouldn't even say but, because I still agree with what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think things like this hit a little different when people are connected to specific groups that were very instrumental in the 2016 election, which Trump won because of the evangelical vote. That's undeniable. 2020 is when he slowly distanced himself from that group. So I think it could be a weak argument, but I also think it's a very strong argument given the ties that a lot of these people have. They have an ear that we don't necessarily have. I don't think the evangelicals are not vocal. They're not going to come out and say, I don't agree with this, that, and the third. That's rare. You only get people like Pastor Locke who will sit on the stage and say some wild stuff. You don't really hear them get vocal like a Bryson would, or like someone like me. They're just not like that.
So I don't disagree with you. I can't disagree with you because I'm not familiar enough with evangelicals to opine on whether they are vocal or whether they offer commentary when they disagree with.
They're much like the silent majority, if we want to keep it stacked.
Okay, so that gives me a little clarity. But here's what I'll say: Kevin Roberts, head of the Heritage Foundation, is a proud Catholic, a professing Christian. Project 2025 was put together by 100 conservative think tanks, and across the board, all of those think tanks are supporting Trump for presidency. So I could easily argue, right, that the 1,000 Christians that he's claiming that he knows that are upset about this course of action, right, that there's a much larger base of Christians that still are
okay with that.
That are still fully advocating for Donald Trump, because like I was trying to say the other day, the Christians don't have an alternative. Christians, real Christians, and I can't even objectively say what a real Christian is or a real Christian is not, because I'm not the authority on that matter. There are some people who would say that my views are not in alignment with proper Christianity, and then there are other people who would agree with me about Christianity. So this is why I talk about theological relativism and the problem with with there being so many different views. We're just in the realm of Christendom alone. Give me a second.
It's okay. What up, Cyrus? Coronavirus.
Yo, what's good? Y'all ready for RFK? Y'all ready for RFK?
You think RFK is gonna? You think they're gonna run RFK?
Yeah. Hey, I think RFK. Yeah, I think RFK is next, man. or they might pick Gretchen Whitmer, whatever her name is.
So simply put, what I was saying is that I just don't think that Christian conservatives have an alternative. They don't. And so while they may
not
be
a winning alternative, no.
Yeah, not a winning alternative. I mean, not an alternative. Period. We have a binary two-party system, and with no tangible or feasible third-party option in sight. So Christians are going to have to throw their hat in.
Hey, look, there's an opening. There's an opening on the stage. I'm interested in hearing you talk to him about it. Talking to him is not like talking to me. We share a lot of the same ideals, but I'm a little more understanding with what you're saying, right? Bryson's gonna be like, no, absolutely not. Nope.
I don't mind talking to Bryson, but I will say that I'm a little weary of talking to him on his platform. I've never seen him engage on Twitter or X, so I can't really assess, or I don't want to prematurely compare.
Well, listen to this. Listen to this. Hold on. Listen to this.
When you remove when you remove the value, the biblical values from any platform, you have already given in to Marxism, claiming that we should just accept Amber Rose representing us is Marxism, claiming that we should accept homosexuals representing us and concede on our values like he told us to do, like he just said we have to do, concede on the Christian values. That's quite literally the entire point of Marxism. This is the craziest part about when I hear people on the right say these talking points, because it's like, are you listening to what you are saying? You are the Marxist. You just the people, the Christians that are screaming out like, no, we warned you and it's happening. Why are you not listening? This is the Marxism. It's so funny because they'll complain about the LGBT getting pushed on kids, but if you would have listened to Christians, we would have never gotten there in the first place. We're the ones that told you that was coming. And now the people complaining about it while simultaneously attacking us. It's like what? What are we talking? Like, it's like you're walking. It's like I keep the Christians are screaming like, "Yo, there's a hole right there. Stop walking that way. There's a hole." And people are saying, "No, there's not a hole. There's only this little hole right here." And then y'all walk in the hole, and it's like Christians got to help you out of the hole. Like, don't do that again. And then you be like, "Screw you! You're holier than thou," and walk in the hole again. This is like, I think I think there has to be a name for it. I'm about to bring more people on. If you want to come on, even if you disagree, you can come up here. Clearly, as you can see, I will let people talk. I'm respectful. The only thing I will say is please don't use a bunch of profanity. I didn't tell the guy hat on here. I didn't tell him that beforehand. So I just let it go. But please don't use a bunch of profanity. Nick and Shmev, if I'm pronouncing that right.
Yeah, it's Nick. Hey, Bryson, how you doing?
What up, bro?
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways I could go with this. Just kind of to his point of like MAGA being a different movement than Republicans. It's really not. It's kind of replacing the old neoconservatism with sorry, I'm a little out of breath, but replacing the neoconservatism with a national populist movement. The evangelical Christians have always pretty much voted Republican. So I don't get his whole point of like MAGA being this whole separate movement. It's just kind of replacement of neocons with national populists. But a point I did want to make is kind of this big tent theory where they're bringing in all these people. I kind of see that as a continuation of neoconservatism, because isn't that what Trotsky wanted at the same time?
Yeah, big tent conservatism, whatever you want to call it. Not only is it an impossible scenario, clearly, like I kept trying to explain to him, the only reason we're having this conversation is because there's such a debate between Christians and MAGA right now. So clearly, big tent conservatism doesn't work. But not only that, for my Christians in here, big tent is literally demonic, biblically. What does the Bible say in Matthew 7? It tells you the wide path is the path of destruction. The narrow way is the path to life. Like this is Satan's greatest trick, and I'm watching it happen, and I'm trying to warn people, and people are just not listening while they're getting into it. But yeah, big tent conservatism is mathematically impossible, because you can't please everybody. If you want to support homosexuality, Christians are going to leave. If you don't support homosexuality,
oh shit, damn. I mean, shoot. Sorry, y'all.
Pander and please all groups, which is why if you have a base that's already been there, your best bet is to please the base rather than trying to piss off that base because you think their slaves are going to vote for you anyway, and then try to appeal to a new group that's not even guaranteed to get your vote. That's not a rational.
Our values. People tune into the RNC to see what the Conservative Party is promoting. What are our values? So they put up some porn star, and the RNC is like, what, 80% Christian? So, and then they're like, oh, well, why are
82%.
the Christians pissed off? Well, probably because you put a porn star and some Indian woman chanting to Cthulhu or whatever. And then, but then he says, and this is where he gets conflated. Then he said, but also you should kind of give and take on your opinion. That's how we win. But what he doesn't understand is we don't want that. We've been giving into this. We've been conceding our opinion for the past 30 years. We used to be super anti-gay marriage, super anti everything gay, everything, all this porn stuff. We conceded on the gay stuff a little.
You know what's really interesting about that point is that Donald Trump is
Lady
on
MAGA,
video
all this
in the 90s, essentially, expressing that. I think he used the analogy of like a restaurant and different dinner options, and that I like steak, but this other guy who was a gay man liked something else. In other words, he didn't express disdain for it. Like he didn't say that he was for it, right?
Yeah.
But he didn't say that he was against it. And in that same video clip, Joe Biden is saying that him and Barack Obama are opposed to the modification of the civil institution of marriage. And I'm just like, that's mind-boggling, right? That you got a Democrat saying that they're opposed to changing marriage to recognize gay marriage. And then you got Donald Trump, who today is the head of the Republican Party, right? Who seems to be indifferent, right? Or doesn't really have a stance on it. Like, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I can get up there and have a discussion with him. I just think for me, right, before I do go over there, I guess, and I would love to have this conversation on our own live and maybe bring Bryson over here.
Yeah.
But I'm a realist. I just don't see any alternative. I don't like Christians can be mad all they want to. And as a Christian, am I upset or frustrated with the direction that the party is going in? Do I think big tent conservatism is a problem? Morally, do I think it's going to be corruptible to our values? Yes. Do I think that it's almost necessary in order to attract individuals on the other side of the political spectrum so that we can win this battle of ideology? Yes. So am I lukewarm as a Christian, or am I compromising my own values? I don't think so, because I'm not going to lead those lifestyles. I'm not going to interact. Right. I'm not going to compromise my own set of principles and values, but I recognize that we live in a constitutional republic that does not respect any particular religion, and I don't intend on promoting anything that is constitutionally subversive, right? Like, we're not going to ever have a Christian nationalist country. Ideally, yes, if I could have a country that outlawed certain lifestyle choices, or that, if we had government institutions that in a way legislated morality, I wouldn't be against that in an ideal scenario. But because I know man is corruptible and in a fallen state, I think it's probably better to keep separation of church and state.
Okay.
But I don't know. Okay. I wrestle with these thoughts. So because I see, and he made a great point, right? Like communism, Marx wanted to dethrone God in capital.
Yeah.
All branches of Marxist philosophy are like antithetical to everything Christian. So I understand that, like you said yesterday, you're opening a can of worms and you can't put the lid back on it. And I'm telling you that lid already got opened.
It's already been open.
Right.
It's already been open. I agree with you. But
so the question,
that doesn't mean that we don't stop rejecting the worms flying out of that. Like, I'm gonna keep swinging the sword at these worms, and y'all can die. The worms can come out all they want, but guess I'm gonna keep doing this. I'm swinging for life.
Yeah. I mean, because and I get it. If you don't fight back, then you're essentially bowing out.
you're complicit. Silence is complicit. Your silence
But see,
is
this is
you being a part of the rat race, and I don't think that that's a position of power in the slightest.
This is why yesterday, right, when Milad in the comments on Instagram said Christians could benefit from learning how to position their arguments. I don't necessarily want to say in a secular lens, but learning how to be able to convey why they think that their values, their ethics, their cultural norms are superior and why they should be the standard. Like we as Christians have to be able to articulate why our culture, our ethics, our principles produce better cultures, produce more moral people, produce better relationships, produce better familial outcomes, produce better economic circumstances. We have to be able to tie our Judeo-Christian principles, if you will, or our ethics and values to these perceived benefits, like demonstrably, right? We can't just, and I get it. The Bible says, if any man speak, let him speak as an oracle of God, right? The Bible instructs us, God instructs us to use his word. So I understand like why Christians have this tendency to just be Bible thumpers. But Bible thumping to a secularist, to an atheist, to a non-believer, I just don't think that's effective. I don't know. So like as we swing the sword to cut the worms that are coming out of the can, we have to do so in a way that is rational, that is logical, right? That way it could like a James Lindsay. I watch James Lindsay's post a lot, and I see like I don't think James and there's another person, I can't think of her name right now. She had a conversation recently with Richard Dawkins. She was like the honorable mention. Give me a second. She was like the honorable mention. Uh, 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 uh,
Sorry, I didn't realize I was on mute. If you guys want to go over to, I'm gonna stream it here, but if you guys want to go over to Bryson's Twitter space, I think that this is a conversation that needs to be heard, versus hearing it from me all day. It's good to hear other people outside of me, outside of the usual suspects who are always like, alert, Christians, alert. People need to hear other Christians express this very same disdain and uncomfortability.
Yeah.
And it's like the meme. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the meme where they got the black SUV driving down the street, Secret Service, right? And the president's inside, but somebody's getting kicked out. It's like the MAGA vehicle and the Christian voice is getting kicked out and replaced with something else. It used to be the black vote that like they replaced the black vote with the LGBTQ, but essentially I think we should be politically homeless as Christians, but we've had a sense of refuge in the Republican Party that is no longer representing the majority of our views. What Deontay has said several times was, this is the vehicle that we have right now. The vehicle that you're looking for is not necessarily even possible in this environment, given how divided people are and how many people have their own interpersonal views on what's morality and what's not. But you have to hear the other side. There's a lot of angry people, man. A lot of frustrated people. Okay, I'll be in there to check it. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, like I'm just listening to the individual that's talking right now, right? And he's making declarative statements about what Jesus did and didn't do. And the first thing that's coming to my mind is, sir, there are 200 denominations of Christianity domestically, meaning Christians in the West, in America, cannot even come together and form a consensus about what Jesus did or didn't do or what his message was. Is there compatibility in certain areas of their dogma? Yes. But there's not uniformity. And I'm not going to get into a conversation about orthodoxy or Catholicism, but for example, it seems like a lot of Christian conservatives, and I being one, and being analytical of my own group, kind of want like what they have in Vatican City. to come to America without the Pope. It's like a lot of Protestants want a Christian nation, but the two aren't really comparable because Vatican City is extremely small. It's a small, tiny place.
See, you got to bring this over there, man. I'm gonna tell Bryson to bring you up. You provide a different perspective. You got to. I want to hear what they're gonna say to you. We already know. I'm gonna push back and be like, no, it's not that. I want to hear what other people are gonna say.
I'm gonna go over there. All right.
I'm gonna keep streaming this so everybody can see it. All right.
Yeah, it's good. All right.
Man.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Huh?
That's not what he said. He said they don't reject you. It's all right. Head out. So good point. And then soon I want Sonya to go, then I'll let Nick go.
I just want to say, I think it's amazing to hear other Christians express what a lot of us are expressing, which is frustration with the representation that the RNC has set before the world to represent us. You're not alone. I know me and Bryson should have been sharing these same criticisms for years now, but I also don't think people should be surprised or shocked because this has been a long time coming. I remember 2 years ago when we started speaking out against the log cabin Republicans, and people think you're crazy and they'll try to make you feel crazy for standing firm to what you know to be true and what is within God's character. We can read the Bible to figure that out, but I'm listening. I'm waiting for the moment where I want to get in here and add something different, but I don't know if you see Deontay in the request. He actually wanted to come up here and provide a different perspective as far as us understanding as Christians that the vehicle that we're looking for doesn't exist. Now, I believe that we're a strong voting bloc. 2016, we won Trump the election. 2020, he slowly moved away from that, but he also didn't push us too far out the box until 2022, late 2021. I don't know how many people agree with that here, but that's what I wanted to say. It's nice to hear other Christians get on here and make their voices heard.
I just sent Beyonce a request. I'll bring him up. Before I let Nick go, dang, I had a beautiful point to make. I forgot. Never mind. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, no, Sony's right. And if you all remember 2022, Trump blamed pro-life Christians or pro-life conservatives for that not having a red wave.
Yeah.
If you all remember that, Bryson, I actually read on your thing that's who he blamed for not having a bigger election win. But the bottom line, the question should be, if you're a conservative, what are you trying to conserve?
Yeah.
And if we're not conserving anything, if we're just going on economic policies or foreign policies, but we're just continuing to let our nation go into moral decay, then there's really no point. It sucks that we're in a two-party system. We can only really choose two people, and RFK Jr., obviously, he has a lot of skeletons in his closet. Like, that's his words exactly. So obviously I'm not going to vote for him. But the bottom line is you got to conserve something if you're a conservative or not. You can't just have this big tent philosophy where everyone can come in and anyone can speak. Any celebrity that puts on a mega hat's welcome in, no matter how morally degenerate they are, or no matter how negatively they view a huge voting block of their base, which is Christians. And like we said, we delivered them a win in 2016. 2022, Trump blamed us for the loss, but I'm still voting Trump. But these questions got to be addressed sooner rather than later.
So I'm gonna tell you something funny, right, about the RNC convention. And y'all could ask my wife. We were in the car and was at a restaurant called Cookout. If you're from the South, you know it. And I was watching her speech, and she said something about, like, we don't care if you're gay or straight, and I just immediately cut it off. I was like, yuck. And then I saw everybody talking about it online, so I went back and watched the whole thing, and I'm like, okay, what are everybody praising her for? She didn't say anything.
Yep.
Now, even after I rewatched it, I did not tweet about it. The reason I didn't tweet about it is because, as I've stated,
YouTube, I'll be back.
Sony, Ryan, everybody up here can confirm this. I've been warned people about this happening to the Republican Party. It has already happened to the Republican Party, and I've been left. I've been independent for about 1.5 years, 2 years now. So I don't really care that much, but I am a political nut, so I still keep up what's going on. The only reason I even commented on the Amber Rose speech. Because I saw Matt Walsh craft a beautifully worded criticism of having her there. He wasn't harsh. He didn't sound like me. You know me, everything I say is harsh. He worded it very, very nice and normal. And I watched how many people attack him. Now, again, I don't care what secular people do. I don't expect a secularist to be upset at a OnlyFans porn star speech. You're worldly. I'm not talking to you. I am talking to the self-proclaimed Christians that were attacking Matt Walsh. I'm talking about the self-proclaimed people of faith that are defending Amber Rose and defending her against a Christian. Because if anybody knows me, you know a Bible verse I'm about to bring up, but Proverbs 17:15 literally warns you about that. Anybody open your Bible right now. Proverbs 17:15. It says, justifying the wicked and condemning the just, both of them alike are an abomination to the Lord. So you're sitting here justifying a wicked person, which, I mean, no disrespect. It is Amber Rose. She's an atheist, unbeliever. They going to hell. She's an OnlyFans model, a whore, sexually immoral. Again, another people on the list in Revelation 21:8 and 1 Corinthians 6:9-13 going to hell. And even her speech itself, I didn't care about because she's a secularist. And I already think Republicans are gay now. So, you know what I'm saying? But it's the Christians who are defending her against Christians. That's my issue, because you are no better than her. You're no better than a homosexual. You're no better than a person that has sex with animals, according to the Bible, because you're an abomination when you defend the wicked over the just. This is just like, I mean, no disrespect, but we got to get to that scripture. Shmev, I'm gonna let you go. Then I gotta bring Deontay in.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the lack of Christian opposition is deplorable. I am so tired of Christians letting everything slide. Our women are whores. Our men are gay, and our children are like cutting their body parts off. It's literal. It's horrendous what is happening. And the reason they let it slide is because life is so comfortable. They go to work, they eat their Denny's, they look at TikTok, they don't care anymore. It's going to take extreme persecution. It's going to take for life to get super hard in order for Christians to finally start taking a stand. And by then it'll be too late. By then it's going to be too late, and we are going to be the Democratic Party times 5, and then the Democratic Party is going to be what it is now times 100. Yeah.
Like I said, it's Satan versus Satan, and one Satan is in sheep clothing, and the other one looks like Satan. And that's what's actually happening here. And then if a Christian say we don't like that, then well, we're the ones that's running the country. No, because winning with you means nothing. Like, if I'm winning with you, and all the difference between voting for a Democrat is we're going to get drag queen story time at the next Republican National Convention versus this one, and the Democrats got their drag queen story time now. That's the only difference that I'm not understanding. Deontay, go ahead. Then I think Ryan had his hand up, but Deontay, you go ahead.
Hey, what's up, bro? Sunni suggested that I have a different opinion. I don't have a different opinion. I as a Christian, am very upset at the direction that the Republican Party is going in. I guess, right, and this is kind of how I was expressing it to Sunni. I think that the can of worms was opened a long time ago, right? Secularism has really been a dominating perspective in the United States since the 60s, right? Since the days of Saul Alinsky and neo-Marxism. This has been a growing cancer that has kind of just permeated itself throughout the American public. So I guess my question to you is, do you think that there should be any room for secularism at all in the Republican Party as a Christian conservative? And my sub question to that is, do you think that considering that there is no third party alternative, do Republicans have any other direction to go in? do Christian conservatives have any other direction to go in other than the Republican Party? Those are my two questions.
Okay. So I've answered the first one earlier for the people that have been here the whole time, but you haven't, so I'll answer it again. I've never been against whoever wants to vote for the Republican Party, and I'm basing it on when I was a Republican. Like, I don't care who votes for the Republican Party, but it's just like anything else, just like immigration. It's just like whatever you want to extrapolate it to. You shouldn't be able to come in and attempt to make the party assimilate to your values. It should be the other way around, because you left whatever party you was at. You came to this party for a reason. Don't mess up that reason. It's like when people from California move to conservative states and then mess those conservative states up. It's like, no. I don't mind if you come here, but if you're going to come here, understand these are the values. Even if you disagree with whatever the values are, these are the values. So the issue is these people have been able to clearly influence the Republican Party to abandon its values and to adopt more liberal values. That's why you have Rob Smith celebrating the anti-LGBT language being removed. That's why you have Rob Smith saying, cry more, Puritans. Y'all can cry more. This is the new Republican Party now. Like, that's why.
I get you, bro. So as a Christian conservative, I can say that we seem to, and I would love to hear feedback from everybody who's on the panel. We seem to be a little bit more illiberal, right? Like, we obviously see that liberalism, the problem with liberalism is that it doesn't have a cap. It doesn't have a ceiling. And it eventually, it is the birthplace of things like progressivism, and maybe not the birthplace. Maybe that's just a derivative of, I don't even want to put labels on it, because we call things socialism, Marxism. We apply all of these terminologies to it, but these ideas have been here much longer than the titles have. But it sounds like you're saying, and I don't want to misconstrue your stance, it sounds like you're saying that the Republican Party should be a Christian party, and that secularists or people who are not currently members of the Republican Party, when they come to the Republican Party, should adapt to the Christian perspective. Is that your stance, or am I misunderstanding?
So I just want to, almost there, but I just want to tweak it a little bit. In modern history, the Republican Party, the values and the policies of the Republican Party have reflected a conservative viewpoint. These conservative viewpoints in this country is mostly based on Christianity. So the common theme amongst all Republicans, and probably up until 2015, was, of course, the viewpoint was, we are against same-sex marriage. We support traditional marriages between a man and a woman. And that shouldn't be controversial, because Obama subscribed to that in 2009. And then we talk about abortion. I remember watching this in probably 2013, when we was like, abortion is wrong, period, point blank. You know what I'm saying? It's just bad. That was the common theme amongst Republicans. Democrats went more liberal on that a bit earlier. But that was a common theme amongst Republicans. So, like, just use those two topics. You can extrapolate it to any similar topic. But when you look at those two topics, that's what it was. That has been the common view in modern history from the Republican Party. And I don't know if it was genuine, or it's because that was the base they had to appease. So what I'm saying is, if you're going to come to that party, you shouldn't be allowed to then change that party. But they did. So, this is not even an argument to have. They did change the party.
They've already successfully infiltrated and subverted.
Yeah.
So now here's the question, and this is kind of what I was posing to Sunni, right? So acknowledging that the reality is that secularism and liberalism, right, already dominate the philosophy that spearheads the Republican Party. Do you think Christian conservatives, from a strategy standpoint, do you think that we should temporarily, acknowledging that the can is already, the rabbit is already out of the hat, the can has already been opened, should we embrace not secularism, but should we embrace the Republican Party having this kind of big tent approach to draw individuals from the other side of the political spectrum, so that we can shift the country more to the right? Or do you think that the potential outcomes, the consequences of that, are not worth that? Because, and I don't want to add any more to the question. I'll leave it there.
The answer is no. as you already know, I haven't been a Republican for like a year and a half, 2 years. So I've been changed that. And the reason why I say no is because there is no shift in the country right with the Republican Party, because the Republican Party itself is shifting left. So what we have now is a battle between liberals and leftists. And the only difference is 10 to 15 years between the two parties. So there is no more with the two-party system that most people currently subscribe to. There is no shifting the country right. Now, I do think the country will naturally shift right because every movement has a counter movement. And culturally speaking, like the push of the LGBT, I think a lot of people are getting fed up with that, and that's starting to slowly but surely swing back to the right. I think the same thing will eventually happen with abortion. But as far as the two-party system, there is no shifting it right unless you burn it all down. And I think this country is coming, like, just, if you base it off history and how things typically end with nations and empires. And then for me, from a biblical perspective, I think this country is nearing its end.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I definitely know that empires typically, I think I've heard the number is about 250 years. So we are definitely coming up on a time crunch. But this isn't pushback, but this is just like an alternative perspective. So I hear you, and I don't think that you're wrong, right? I don't think that you can really compromise and negotiate with wickedness. I think that's a losing battle. But I also think that Christianity in America specifically, right? You have like this theological relativism. There's really not a consensus among Christians. There's agreement on certain elements of doctrine, but as you know, and I talk about this often, there are 200 denominations of Christianity domestically, right, in the United States. So I don't see how Christians can. I don't even know if the objective is to take control of the United States or to become the dominant ideology in lifestyle or faith or culture, whatever descriptor we want to put on it. By looking at it like a third option, I think it's more feasible to try to take over the Republican Party. I don't know how effective we would be in that, but I also agree with your analysis that liberalism is only about 15 years ahead of leftism or progressivism, and that there's a gradual shift moving to the left. So I don't know. How do you reconcile that, or what are your thoughts on that?
Okay, I'm gonna answer quickly, but I am gonna let Ryan speak. I know he had his hand up for a
It's all good. Yeah.
I do apologize, Ryan, but to respond, I don't think the theological differences really matter in this case. Because even you could be a Catholic, you could be a Messianic Jew, you could be a Baptist, you could be a whatever side you repping. Unless you're a progressive Christian, which shouldn't even count in my opinion. But
that doesn't exist.
Okay, yeah, that doesn't exist. So we're going to go into 200 different denominations. Neither one of these, and all these denominations agree on the basis of homosexuality. All these denominations agree on abortion. All these denominations agree on the basics, the morality, most of the morality of the scripture. So I don't think that would cause any issues personally. But Ryan, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, man. I think what's happening is that we are the Republican Party is adopting essentially the same mindset that the church has. You have these seeker-sensitive churches, and what they do is they ultimately water down the gospel to attract unbelievers. Their focus is bringing in unbelievers and having unbelievers come into the church doors so they can preach the gospel and rinse and repeat. And this is what they do. But in the process, they're alienating the core believers that help them start their church, and they're giving way to sound doctrine, and people aren't studied and aren't learning what the word of God actually says. And because they're unstudied and unlearned, they toss to and fro, and this is how you slowly start to see corruption happening in the churches. This is why you see the same thing happening in the conservative movement, because they don't actually understand the core values. And this, I think, is partially because of weak leadership and a lack of personal accountability for Christians studying to show themselves approved. Because I ultimately think the way out of this, the ultimate way out of this, maybe cliche, but is to actually know your faith and is actually grow as a Christian, as a believer, by spending time doing this radical thing called reading your Bible, studying scripture, and standing firm for what you actually believe in. And I also think too, like, we should be focused on praying for leadership. Yeah, at least Trump, because I do not underestimate what God could do to somebody that's actually sold out to him. I don't think that is Trump, but I don't think I don't discount what God can do through a man like Trump if he humbles himself. And that is key, if he humbles himself. So I think that would be like probably one of the most effective ways is to change it is for Trump to be humbled by God. But I don't see it likely, but I do see it as a possibility, and I'll spend time praying for it. But I've seen, you see examples in the Bible of leaders like King Josiah discovering rediscovering the law of God and tearing his clothes in mourning because he's seen how evil the people have become, and one man brought sweeping reform to the nation, like just totally went in guns blazing because he understood what the word of God said, was tearing down idols, was restoring God's law to the nation. And that's what ultimately changed it. And I think we got into this mess because we have forgotten his law. We have forgotten his ways. We have forgotten his truth. And this is where we are, and unless Christians start getting serious about what they actually believe, it's not going to change. It just will not happen. And we can't expect to hold on to conservative ideology when we have this big tent mindset. It doesn't work. Even when foreigners joined the Israelites, they had to conform. They had to conform to God's ways. that is part of what it meant for them to be among Israel. They had to get circumcised, which indicated that they had to conform. So yeah, we have to have it be rigid in that we are unwilling to compromise. No, you're going to join our party. You're going to join our movement. You conform to what we're doing. You can keep the homosexuality out of it. You can keep the transgenderism out of it. That will have no business in what we're doing. And we will not support it. We will not encourage it. We'll scoff at it, demonize it, because it's evil and demonic. So, yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I want to point out another thing also, why it's so sad to see Christians like defending this stuff, because it's about the reason why Christians are defending it that's really bothersome to me. I blame Christians for everything. Because if you're a man of faith, the only reason we got into this position is because you're so quiet. You compromise your values and a little bit, and then you got to the point where you're so used to compromising your values that you just go all the way with it, but you still, claiming to be a representative of Christ. And I think that's part of the reason we got here. So I always blame Christians, but the most disgusting part is like when I see Christians defending, because this girl is the example we've been using so far. Let me just reuse her, but Amber Rose, like when you defending it, you're not defending her because she's had a come to Christ moment. Like I saw Christians defending the Nayla girl a few months back, and even though I didn't really believe her, like I wasn't against people defending her because it looked like she was having a come to Jesus moment. People are defending Amber Rose not because of a come to Jesus moment, but because of a come to Trump moment. And that is like that part, it like really is so like disgusting to me. And that's the part that's kind of crazy. And you can extrapolate that. I'm gonna go to Nick, Shmev, then Deontay. So Nick, go ahead.
I'm about to log off here soon, but what I want to say is I don't think we as Christians can like fundamentally change this country through politics. That's why I'm such a big fan of you, Bryson, because you're trying to change it through culture. As you know, culture is downstream from politics, and I actually think religion or politics is downstream from culture, and I think religion is or culture is downstream from religion. Wokeism, obviously, some form of religion, all that stuff. But before I log off, I just wanted to say, Bryson, keep doing what you're doing, man. I love what you do, and keep fighting the good fight.
Thank you, bro. God bless you. Shmev, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to first say I was not expecting Ryan to be based, but you were totally based. I agree with it. Everyone's being based. The big question here, Republican Party used to be Christian. I looked it up. It's 82% Christian. So yeah, it's the Christian party. It's been completely compromised. What do? Christians have two weapons, pretty much. We have prayer. We have to be praying. There is so much power We have to be fasting. We have to be in our prayer closets, like doing our job. And then 2, we have conviction. The Bible says when your brother sins, convict him or rebuke him, and then once he repents, forgive him. We have to be convicting. No one is convicted. Bryson is convicting. I love it. I like it all. That's why I started following him, because he was the only person I saw convicting this gay agenda. We have to start convicting. I know it's scary. I know it's, but I might lose a loved one. It is our job. That is what we have been called to do. Rebuke when they do things like this. If all 80% rebukes it, they will change. That's the entire point of America, is to, when someone does not agree with your values, argue them, tell them why they are wrong. Don't just agree. We have to be praying, we have to be fasting, and we have to be convicting. This is what people miss all the time. And I think that's really our only weapons. That's our way to get back. And I think that would be super powerful. And
yeah, so I want to say this before I let Deontay go. People say people coming in here and saying they like how I rebuke people or convict people. So it's not about me though. So I want to give a shout out to multiple people in the chat that does this. Sony, Ryan, I think Deontay does it sometimes. Melody Mack in here, she does it sometimes. Mama T in here. No, I mean Melody does it all the time. Mama T, she does it. Chris Blown, he does it. My sister, Mrs. Robbins, she does it. Ariel, she does it. My dad in here, he does it. There are many people that are in here right now that I'm just looking at that also make sure to stand on Bible, even when they get persecuted or even when they get attacked. So I mean, if people can continue to do this, we can get more people to not be afraid to do it. Then I think we'll be, at a good place real quick. Deontay, go ahead.
Hey, I'm getting some food. It might be a little bit loud in my background, but I love what Ryan said. I love what Shmev said. Forgive me if I'm mispronouncing your name. I think that both of you guys have a very audacious take, and the Bible does command us to be bold as lions. And Bryson is probably the best rebuker that I've ever come across. So I have a question based on what I just heard all three of you say. Do you think that the Constitution of the United States is anti-Christian?
No.
No. The founders were Christian. The framers of it were Christian.
Well, I mean, that's partially true. John Adams was a Christian, but Thomas Jefferson fundamentally opposed certain elements of Christian doctrine. He was a deist. Ben Franklin was a deist. George Washington was called a Mohammedan Christian. So, because he was a Unitarian and he didn't believe in Trinity, if I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken.
No, you're correct, but they all view themselves as followers of Christ. So I just wanted to, get that out there. But you are right that people had different denominations and different viewpoints about the Christian faith, and a lot of Christians today probably wouldn't call them Christian. But if you read their letters about how they identified themselves, it was always a follower of Christ, a follower of Christ from Nazareth, and things of that nature.
Yeah, no, I agree. They definitely spoke to Christ being the model. So the reason why I asked that question, right, is because obviously the left fearmongers, and they say that a great threat to this country is Christian nationalism. And the left likes to leverage the Constitution conveniently to suggest that Christians are advocating for imposing our lifestyle, our belief, our faith on people that do not want to subscribe to it. And I guess, right, it's just my question becomes, at what point is there a constitutional violation? Not that I'm opposed to it. I mean, me personally, in my ideal framework, I would outlaw homosexuality and various other things, and I don't care how people feel about it. But I also understand that could come off as authoritarian. So I guess my question for you, fellow Christian conservatives, is how do we as Christians go about strategically and logically, if possible, defending our views and presenting our culture, our ethics, our principles as superior without coming off as authoritarian? Or should we come off as authoritarian?
I don't think it would matter how we come off. Because we say the Constitution is about what we're talking about in terms of the Constitution. But because of Marbury versus Madison, the Supreme Court was able to interpret the Constitution how they wanted to in certain ways that the Constitution was meant to read. They were able to change how it's defined nowadays. So if you're talking about from a point of liberalism, is Christian nationalism a threat to liberalism? Then the answer is yes, thank God. And then when it comes to the Constitution, based on how Supreme Courts throughout history interpreted the Constitution, then it would go against that. But as far as like the Constitution in its original context, no, it'd be 100% in line with that. So it all depends on the context of how you're viewing that. And I think Ryan wants to answer also.
Before Ryan goes, let me just say this real quick. So to give an example, so someone on the left would say that the First Amendment, right, it clearly establishes that the Constitution does not respect a particular religion, denomination of religion, or anything like that. So we would say as Christians, for example, when it comes to marriage, that the institution of marriage is sacred. It's between man and woman only, right? But someone on the left that's a secularist, or even a person calling themselves conservative that's secular, would say that that's a Christian dogma. So that's an example, right? Which I'm fully, just to be clear, I fully advocate for overturning. I think it's Lawrence versus Obergefell, but I just want to hear your guys' thoughts on that.
Go on. No. Yeah. I'm gonna just let Ryan go. Then I'll answer after if we get time.
Yeah. I want them to view Christians as a threat. Actually, I want them to view us as a threat. I do, because the second that they don't view us as a threat, they stop taking us seriously, which is why we're in the mess that we are in. Because they view most Christians as being spineless and unwilling to stand by their own convictions. So if we're going to make a difference, we have to be willing to stand up for what we actually believe in. And if we believe that the word of God is truth, then there should be nothing moving us from believing that. And if we believe that God's ways are higher and God's ways are the best, then it stands to reason that we would want to be governed under God's ways. So if the fact that they view Christian nationalism as a threat leads me to believe things aren't so far gone. Because they still see us as a threat. Another thing is, I absolutely think we should be imposing our morality on these people, because they're imposing their godlessness on us. And they're imposing their blasphemy laws on us. They're arresting people for riding bikes over their LGBT flag. So no, I want to impose our morality on them, because morals are good. We pass all laws, by the way, impose morality. We have laws against murder because we know it's immoral to murder people. We have laws against tax evasion because we recognize that stealing is wrong. So we have these laws because we recognize that these things are immoral. What they're trying to do right now is flip that on its head and hoist evil up as being moral, and it's not. And we should not be going along with it. I mean, they just passed that law in California that it protects, gives teachers the authority to conceal children transitioning genders. That's them imposing their morality on us, and that's evil. It's encouraging lying. So that's what they're getting behind. So if we're not willing to actually, I don't care if you don't like it. Too bad. I'm sorry. I want you to be a moral, decent human being. You're going to have to deal with it. And if you don't want to deal with it, then you'll go to jail or get fined or whatever. But we have to just ignore them, shake it off, keep going, and pay them no mind and do what we have to do. And I also just want to address one thing too. Like, I don't think Christians should completely ignore politics. I'm not saying we should focus all of our energy on it, because I do think, cultural stuff is important, but we can't just give up on that, because the gospel doesn't stop at the door of politics. We still have a role to play in politics, and Jesus is coming back to establish a kingdom, which, he's king, that's politics in and of itself. And I think Christians stepping away from politics also kind of paved the way for us to get to where we are right now.
So I want to say something to Deontay directly to what he said about the First Amendment. This is why I said it depends on what the context we're talking about of the Constitution, because the First Amendment doesn't mean what the Supreme Court ended up trying to make it mean. when it says Congress shall make no laws for an establishment of religion, the only reason that's even there is because the whole point of this country was, the main reason this country was created was so the
I'll be right back,
denominations
y'all.
would get under the Church of England and express their faith how they wanted to express it, which is why 9 out of the 13 colonies had established religions like that. So that point was to say that one denomination can't rule over the other. That's the original context. That's the original context of the First Amendment. Now, the Supreme Court was able to interpret that in different ways over the course of all these years, so now people view it differently. So that's why I said it depends on the context we're talking about.
Can I respond to what they've said?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Okay, first I just want to respond to Ryan. He said he wants them to fear us. I think that's on the right track, but I think what I want is for them to fear God. It's not us I want them to fear or what we will do against them. I want them to fear God. And the way they do that, and I'll answer his question now. Deontay asked, how do we go about implementing our views into culture? We are supposed to be lights. We are supposed to live lives that people want to emulate. People see and they say, well, why is that person like that? Like little kids see Mr. Beast, like, well, I want to be a YouTuber. He gives away Lambos. We are supposed to live joyful lives, live lives that people want to emulate. That is how we implement ourselves in a culture. Bring people by being a light in society, by showing off God's love. Christians walk around today mopey and sad and joyless, and people are like, why would I want to be them? Their lives look like they suck. And so that's the answer why they would fear God, because they see us being so joyful. They have to believe our God is true. They have to kind of come towards us. So I don't want them to fear us. I want them to fear God. Similar. But also, Deontay said something about the Constitution. I believe his question was, what do we think about the Constitution? I think the Constitution is genius, and it is like one of the best political writings and documents ever to be created. With that said, if it comes down to it or the Bible, I will piss on the Constitution. I am not beholden to any man-made document, any sort of writing that is created, because I have a book that was written by God, through the Holy Ghost. It was written. So yes, the Constitution is a really good writing. It's genius. But when it comes down to it or the Bible, we really have to put our priorities straight there. So I think I answered all of what they said.
Yeah. Also, this is why I said earlier, like, not only criticism of the Constitution is I don't think they had enough vision. And what I mean by that is clearly you look at the context, like what people think the Constitution is today is the complete opposite of what it was meant to be when you read the historical context of it. And the reason we don't know that, because I feel like the founding fathers didn't think far enough ahead, because they didn't think the country would become this immoral. Like, I know they didn't think so, even though there was already immorality going on with slavery and things of that nature. But I'm talking about like with other values, because that was the norm back then. But with other values, I don't think they thought it was going to reach a certain level, so they didn't like put things in place. Like I'm telling you, Marbury versus Madison is what started the downfall of this country, when the Supreme Court was able to interpret the Constitution how they wanted to. And that's pretty much was the downfall of this country. That's why so many people don't even understand what the Constitution meant when it was written. That's why so many liberals say separation of church and state. They don't even understand why that was said in the letter. They don't even know what letter it came from. They don't even know who the letter was to. They don't even know who said it. You know what I'm saying? But they use it, against Christians. The same thing with the First Amendment. They use it against Christians, not knowing that historically that was actually super pro-Christian. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know what happened to Deontay. I don't know if he fell out, if his thing glitched or something like that. But yeah.
If people respond to the light thing, I kind of want to get a consensus on that, like the concept of what it means to be a light as a Christian and how that attracts people to Jesus.
Hey, can I just respond real quick? So when I say I want Christians to be feared, I don't mean I want them to be like afraid we're going to strike them down if they do something wrong. But I do think there should be a reverential fear that if you commit a crime or do something wicked or blaspheme our Jesus, that there's going to be consequences. We're not just going to take it lying down. One of the things, so, I don't know how many of you guys know why, at least why Andrew Tate claims, he wasn't a Christian anymore or stopped being a Christian, but he basically had said that Christian, he saw Christians not being willing to stand up for themselves and not being willing to fight for their belief. And if you're not willing to fight for your belief, then you don't have a belief system, or it's not worth believing it. Now, I didn't agree with him necessarily, but I understood the perspective that he was coming from, because I see the same thing: Christians being unwilling to stand up for what they believe in. And if you're going to be a light, you also have to be willing to tell the truth. And not a lot of Christians are willing to tell the truth because they're afraid of offending people. They're afraid of people's sensitivities and them not liking what they say. If you read the Bible and you read some of the stories of the prophets, I mean, they were largely disliked. People did not like them. People did not want to hear what they had to say. They were hated. The disciples were hated for his name's sake. There were people gnashing their teeth and covering their ears because they didn't want to hear what they want to say. And if they existed in modern times, I'm quite sure they would probably be labeled like violent extremists that were saying nothing but hate speech. That's probably how they'd be labeled. But they were saying the truth, and it's telling the truth is one of the most kind things that we can do. And if we tell lies with pleasantries or shrink back, it's cowardice. And by the way, cowards will go to hell. We just need to be bold and stand firm and be courageous. And I think if we are modeling the life that Jesus lived, and we're essentially we're Christians, we're little Christ, and we're conforming to be like Christ, then there should be a healthy fear of mocking our Savior and doing the blasphemous stuff that we see happen in the current culture.
Yeah. Also, I'm gonna get off here in 2 minutes, y'all, because I have to edit a music video before tomorrow, and I have to get a flight in the morning. So Deontay, if you wanted to make a last point of discussion, let's get it.
Excellent conversation, and I look forward to participating in many more. I appreciate people's answers. Ryan is definitely ready to. I agree with him. I mean, as he put it, somebody's morality is always being legislated, and I think Christians have been far too passive, which I think is really the fault of liberalism, which is an extension of Protestantism in a way, or a derivative of it. And at some point, Christians are either going to give in to secular humanism, or we're going to establish ourselves as the dominant ideologues in society and force people to. And I know force isn't a pretty word, but that's really the real word. You're going to have to force people to embrace what we think not what we think, what God says is a superior moral system. But yeah, that's my thoughts.
Yeah, man. As everybody can see throughout the space, for people that disagree, I always let people speak. Because there's no point of having a conversation, everybody interrupting each other, because then you're gonna have a conversation about each other interrupting each other. So you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you gotta have a conversation, get the disagreements. If you're challenged, respond to the challenge. On both ways. I thank everybody for coming up here. I thank everybody for listening. I'm down to have many more discussions like this, as long as it continues happening like this, like adults, because we're all grown. Most of us are grown on Twitter, y'all. So I hope we continue having conversations like this. I'm about to edit a music video, y'all. I got a song dropping tomorrow. So Matthew 6:33, seek ye first the kingdom of God and all his righteousness, and everything will be added unto you. Love y'all. Love the haters. Love everybody. Thank everybody for coming on. I'm out.
Dang, I done missed the whole thing. Sheesh. Imagine believing avoiding paying taxes is stealing. That's wild. Christians are not passive. They follow scripture to preach the word and let God do the rest. It is others who claim Christianity trying to be moral authority, and that's not your job. You probably don't even fear God, not following Jesus' commandments to love your neighbor. Oh yeah, you was gone a while. What is love? As I hear people bring that up a lot. What is love? The Bible says the love is the commandments. That's what the Bible says. Well, Jesus also said, if you love my Father, you'll keep his commandments. Love is also described as, hold on, let's go to 1 Corinthians. I think it's 1 Corinthians 13, if I'm not mistaken. I just hop back in here. Like, I think people have this interesting understanding of love that I think is their own interpersonal view of what love is. Like, I believe love is correction. I believe when you love someone, you point them in the right direction, and when you don't love them. Like, if you love your child, you're not going to spare the rod and spoil them, right? If you love your child, you're going to lead them in the path that they need to be going, so that when they're older, they won't depart from it. That's all love. And a lot of that sounds like conviction, correction, truth. What does that mean? And I'm not pulling that from my own interpretation of love. I'm reading the Bible and what it says. Sorry. Corinthians 13. Yeah, 1 Corinthians 13, I was right. Here's love. Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not envy. It does not boast. It is not proud. It does not dishonor others. It is not self-seeking. It is not easily angered. It holds no record of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices with the truth. I mean, that right there explains how we demonstrate our love. If I love you, I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm not going to rejoice and be happy that you're sitting there participating in evil. And, like I say all the time, if you're not a Christian, then none of this applies to you. What are you worried about? I heard a bit of what they were saying. I am tired of Christians being passive, and I'm tired of there being this dishonest perception in the world, being that we dictate and control everything. If Christians controlled anything, LGBTQ would, like Bryson said, LGBTQ wouldn't be a factor. A lot of stuff that is happening today would not be a factor. First John 5:3 also said what love is. And I bet you it's rejoicing in truth. First John 5:13. The man who has healed has no idea who it was, for Jesus had slipped away into the crowd that was there. That doesn't. Yeah. Did I not look at the right thing? I write these to you who believe in the name of the Son of God, so that you may know you have eternal life. 3? Am I reading the wrong one? Oh, okay. My bad. I didn't even realize I put 13 there. My fault. In fact, this is love for God, to keep his commandments, and his commandments are not burdensome. Yeah, keeping the commandment, but keeping the commandments. Dana then Trump. I'll see you. Thank you, Apex. I guess I might be sticking around just to see what he's gonna say, but I don't see how this differs from what anybody up there was saying. This is still rooted in truth. If you keep the commandments, then you're demonstrating love for God. And the commandments say, thou shalt not lie. That's one of the commandments. Thou shalt not lie. And I think when you go around living a life that is antithetical to God, you're lying. Period. When you call a man a woman, you're lying. When you're passive and you say, well, what's the big deal? If they want to be called that, I'll just respect them. So you're just going to sit around. You're just going to sit around and lie. And you're doing it to go along, to get along. Yeah, I don't agree with that, man. Don't agree with that. If these people, if you're expecting, a lot of Christians said, but we should have rejected the mask, right? And not even just Christians, people alike. If you can see how wrong it was to force people to wear a mask and to force people to put, jabs in themselves, and how don't you see the same wrong in forcing someone to accept your lifestyle, forcing someone to call you pronouns, forcing your ideology in school? Like, you don't have a force. You don't have a problem with the force the opposite direction, but you have a problem with the retaliation that Christians give in reaction to that force. That's what I'm starting to notice, is that people have more of an issue when you reject these things as a Christian and you stand for what you believe in, over the people that are coming over to change, I guess, the identity. Because like they said on there, and like I said, and nobody can dispute this. Not one person in here can dispute this, because this is fact. The evangelical vote in 2016 won Trump the election. To say that the Republican Party hasn't been a place for Christians to go vote because they directly reflect our views is absurd. That's the dumbest thing I've ever fucking heard. There's a reason that 82% of that voter base, and you can go look this up, 82% of the voter base in the Republican Party is Christian. 82%. The rest of y'all have been voting Democrat. You didn't start voting Republican, the majority of people, let's be honest about it, until Trump came around. And it was because Trump was giving a completely different message than what you were used to. But to gaslight the people who have been over here since day one and tell us that we need to move on because the party's moving forward and the party does not reflect your views as a Christian is absurd. I remember when it was cool to run around and call yourself Christian. A lot of these people who have abandoned that title now because they're going along with what's being socially engineered, but this party has represented Christian views for a long time. I'm sorry to break it to you. A very long time. Or else, why would I have ever looked at the Republican Party if it didn't reflect my views? Not surprised that high. I mean, it's going to be what it's going to be. I'm glad that, like I said, I'm glad Bryson is having the conversation with people. And I'm glad there are more Christians speaking out, because you should stop being punks and allowing these people to bully you into submission, into shutting up. Let them crack their jokes. Let them make their irrelevant, erroneous points, especially people who do not understand politics or have not been paying attention as closely as you have to the trends of this party. Dang, brother. We already know that Trump is the nominee. This has been 3 days. I just want to hear the man's speech so I can get off here and go to bed. Let me see. We get what we get as Christians because we have become as reliable to the Republican Party. Ooh, as the black vote to the Democrat. That is actually, that's a fire point you just made. I have never thought of it that way. That's crazy. We get what we get as Christians because we have become as reliable to the Republican Party as the black vote to the Democrats. See, that's some like cognitive dissonance for you right there. I'm going to take a screenshot of that and I'm going to post that. Because to me, that was just an amazing point you just made. That's actually true. They keep making excuses for the Republican Party and pretending like, wow, dude. I'm glad someone else said it because I've been thought that too, Ninja. This is crazy, bro. That just blew my mind. I'm going to sit and ponder on that and try to draw some like conclusions that would the comparisons, I'm sorry, not conclusions. I'm going to try to draw some comparisons to help people understand that. That's crazy, man. But I guess the best way to describe it is neither party is pandering to either side anymore. You know, the Democrats have moved on to the trans, the LGBTQ, and the immigrants. They've really moved on to the immigrants, to keep it real. Republicans have dropped the Christian vote, and they've also picked up the LGBTQ vote. I don't know. That's a dope point you just made. That's crazy, man. I never even, like, I think about stuff all the time. Sorry, my kids don't care that I'm literally in the middle of doing something. I done forgot what I was saying. It's like both sides made backdoor deals. Hey, man. If you look at 1977 and beyond, you see an extreme increase in Christian voters coming into the GOP. You can go look this up, right? You can go look it up. It goes up and down ever since then. Since I think it's 1977, it does fluctuate, but it's a consistent path up. You don't see a drop down until the 2000s, and I want to say right around the time where you had Don't Ask, Don't Tell being a major thing, there was a big lobbying LGBTQ group called the Log Cabin Republicans who actually sued the government for Don't Ask, Don't Tell, which allowed a service member to openly serve and not have to hide it, which I don't even think that should matter in the military. You're there to do a job and then go home. What you do at home is what you do at home. Nobody should have to recognize that. But you had this group, and they came into prominence around, I think they were established around the 60s and the 70s as well. If you look into the log cabin Republicans, I think a major reason why a lot of us Christians supported Trump is because he spoke to that. We need to remove that because marriage is between a man and a woman. It wasn't until I think the first like real instance that he was trying to adopt the LGBTQ was 2020, and he had held up this rainbow flag. I wish I had people working for me so they can pull all these things up as I'm talking about them. But he had this big rainbow flag that said he was the most pro-gay president ever. And this was around when he fought to decriminalize homosexuality at a global level. You can look this up too. A lot of Christians were upset with that, made their voices heard. Bro, they got Kid Rock performing. That's hilarious. Made their voices heard. And Trump stopped talking about any of that. That was not even a topic that came up again. That didn't get brought back up and resurface until 2022 when they did the Rainbow Coalition, and they established a relationship with the MAGA, I'm going to say it, the MAGA GOP and the LGBTQ. And then from then on, you start to see the log cabins at more groups. At more events. Turning Point, CPAC, AntFest. Right now, they're at the RNC. They have booths there. You have Gays Against Groomers that really took off in 2021 onward. You're having all these groups that are coming in and co-opting, completely changing what the GOP looks like. And then, like I said before, you have people who have not even been around like that, especially on the conservative side of things, commenting on how we are behind and we need to be more progressive. Like I said, and like Bryson said, and so many other people said, if you can say don't move to my state because I don't want you California and my Texas, don't bring your California bullshit to Texas, then why can't we say, hey, don't bring that homosexual degenerate BS over here. We don't want Amber Rose speaking because the evangelical vote is their base. If Christians stop voting Republican today, what do you think would happen? They don't have enough moderates and liberals to win them an election. If people actually lived what they say they lived, is what I'm saying. If Christians actually stood on business and withheld their vote from the Republican Party, much like the Black community, like you just said here, do you really think they would win an election going forward? Just be honest. I can't believe they got Kid Rock up there. Well, I can, because I was annoyed that they had all those freaking country singers up there. This is crazy, bro. And look, what is he wearing across his neck, bro? He's got he's got Jesus on his neck. I can't take y'all serious, bro. Kid Rock is rocking around with a whole cross on his neck, and y'all gonna say Republicans do not reflect the Christian faith. Get out of here, bro. All these people say God and Jesus when it's convenient, and y'all want to sit around and pretend like our voice is not massive over here. Maybe the Christians who don't stand on business are not a majority over here, but this side, the right, has existed this way, has existed in this morally right archetype since I've known anything about politics. Listen, real quick. Do you think slavery is morally right? Nope. You probably don't, because this is what we use against Democrats all the time. We use their evil racism. We use the evil of Jim Crow against them. The fact that they even had to fight a war to end slavery, right? Against the Union. They wanted to keep slavery around. Now, I get state rights, but if we're going to stick to the subject and be consistent, isn't slavery immorally wrong? And then the people who were antithetical to that evil came in and said, absolutely not. These are men. And in the eyes of God, they're equal. In the eyes of who? What in the world? This is just me thinking out loud. Anybody, feel free to come up here and push back against what I'm saying. I'm totally fine with that. But I'm just saying. Y'all just let these people come over here and dictate what this side is going to look like. And you rolled over. You just rolled over and let it happen, man. Didn't even care. You let the gays come over here and tell you what conservatism is all about. You let the gays dictate what Jesus is about. You let atheists come in and punk you out of believing in a Jesus, tell you that God isn't real because they want to go down some philosophical debate. You can't disprove God, okay? And I can't concretely prove him. I can give you what I think to be evidence, but you have evidence of the contrary. You have no evidence of the contrary. You don't. Melania showed up. Hey man, I'm just not. I think I'm just not excited about this. About the RNC as I am about the election and the debates and the different things that are going to be happening. To me, this was just 3 days of a celebration of Donald Trump. 3 days of people getting on stage telling us that Donald Trump is the guy. That's all this was. 3 days of them telling us what we already know. Can we get it on? I want to hear Trump speak. We need to hear a speech from him after he took a bullet to the ear. Like, God dog, man. Y'all love Trump. We know that. Trump is your God at this point. Trump is your God. You only needed 1 day. This convention was boring. This convention was ratchet, is what it was. This convention was ratchet as hell. You had the other religion getting up on stage saying a prayer. You got Amber Rose popping out. Good Lord. Who else you had come out there? You had what's his name? I was just talking about his speech. Anyways, y'all get the point of what I'm making. You get what I'm trying to say. Trump, baby. Like, hey, man, I pray Trump would make a confession of faith. Listen, if Trump gets on that stage and says, by the grace of God, I am here, and he mentions anything about Jesus Christ, my interest will be piqued. I'm not going to buy into what he's saying. I want to see action. But if he gets up there and he declares the name of Jesus, I might just faint. I hope he gets up there and expresses gratitude for his life being spared, because had he not turned his head, Trump wouldn't be here today. We all know that. I don't think that, and this is me getting into my conspiratorial bag, I don't think that they for a second thought that he was going to survive. I don't. Me don't. I'm not talking about the people at the RNC. I'm talking about the people who are in control of logistics of all this. I don't think they really thought that he was going to survive. He better be humble and publicly say God spared him. And you know what that's going to do? That For a Christian that is easily tickled and easily pleased, that is going to bring them right back over. Right back over to the side of, okay, this is our guy. Let's see what this guy's saying.
Who we want to lead us in this fight. I know President Trump is a proven leader, a fearless leader, and this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office. In my mind, the choice is clear. But this election, we all get to choose. I know I'm going to choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity. I know I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. And I'm not telling you what choice to make, and I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America. I know Donald J. Trump is the best choice for President of the United States. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Why is he yelling like that on the mic? Everybody been up there yelling, bro. This is Trump's song, bro. This is what he come out to all the time.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again, just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars.
This song makes me cry all the time, y'all. If I start crying, I'm sorry. This song makes me so emotional.
Still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
Hey.
I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you.
Oh, they ain't hit it. We need to hit that. Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land.
Sing it.
God bless USA. Is this all for Trump, bro? They are doing too much. What? Bro, no, they are not doing all this. Bruh. Oh my God, I'm tripping right now.
New York to LA, there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say,
Everybody sing it home, come on. And I'm proud to be an American, at least I know I'm free. Come on, everybody. Put your lighters in the air. Put your phones up. Wait a minute. Turn your flashlights on, everybody. My phone is too low.
There ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Yo, their harmonies are not on point. Put your lights on, everybody. And I'm proud to be an American, where really I know I'm free. And I won't forget the man who died, who gave that right to me. And I proudly stand up next to you and defenders till today. But there ain't no doubt I love this land. USA. Trump 2024, baby. Woo! USA! USA! I gotta participate like everybody else.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Wow. And thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful soul. Thank you. Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together, we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will do it right. Gonna do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened. And you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage, and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily, because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turned to my right, and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage. These are great people at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that. The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely, but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper, and then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they just...
This nigga, bro.
They just, this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces. They're incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out. I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. Yeah.
Oh, shut up, bro. He knows what he's saying. I'm not supposed to be here right now. Finish it off, Trump. Tell him why you're here.
Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God.
Oh! Say it one time. That's what I'm talking about. Acknowledge why you're here today.
In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it. I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." Thank you. Once my clenched fist went up and it was high into the air, you've all seen that, the crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey Comparator. Unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable. And seriously wounded, two other great warriors. Spoke to them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver. Two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and two precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was. I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million. For the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine, just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million from Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey. And the other two, by the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. We're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You better say the name of Jesus.
And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. And very big news, as you probably just read, on Monday, a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon,
throughout that classified
finding that
case.
the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity, thrown out of court. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania. And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful. In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many. So I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Barron. We love our Barron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? He was on probably the only vacation he's had in about maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called and he said, yeah, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, that's too bad, but I understand he's away and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called, he's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife. So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great. And I just want to thank her and him and their whole family because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part because, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. He became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. He has rallies, 35, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know? And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, a very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he up? Where is he? Boy, oh boy. You know, they may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. They went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom.
Crazy Nancy Pelosi.
They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have
This
to
dude is
work
funny
on
without
making
even
America
trying,
great
bro.
again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them and all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country. And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha.
Let me shut up.
He's going to be a great Vice President. He's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country, Make America Great Again. When they criticize it, they say, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is Make America Great Again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, JD, you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride. And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of, oh, there they are. There they are. You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here, creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that. And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation, to every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic. I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together, we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things, the great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill. And hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia, Europe, or someplace, or if you have no money going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill. Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden, I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation. Soaring incomes were going Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken. By the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, oh, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it. And we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love. It's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda, and it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because Yeah, pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate, we have many senators here, and send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent, but soon we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt, $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times, think of it. And all my life, I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics. I guess I was on the other side. I'd watch and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They've spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless green new scam ideas. And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day one. Thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And right now, as we speak, large factories just started are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country. No tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump, because we're going to bring back car manufacturing, and we're going to bring it back fast. They're building some of the largest auto plants anywhere in the world. Think of it, in the world. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make them. We don't mind that happening, but those plants are going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States. We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it. And we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus. We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America. And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building, and the waitress comes over. How's everything going? A really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find him? She said, actually, and I didn't know this. She said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money. It's just ridiculous. And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after them even more. And I said, this shows the level of my, most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax on tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody loves it. Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly. But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd, the Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst, probably the worst gangs in the world. We have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back, and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back, and I called up, and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day, I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day, I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much. We love them very much, sir. We'll take them back. At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America. And we're going to do that on day one. That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders. And by the way, and I think everybody as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, and most Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally. Legally. Less than 4 years ago, I handed this administration the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life, that was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest. It was done by the Border Patrol, one of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it. But without that chart, I would not be here today. Never got to look at it. I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it. And by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. And if you look at the arrow on the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? But you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion, but the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud. We stopped human trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a sealed border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented, so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions. And they gave it to us, but not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements, demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. You know, the press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up, while crime statistics all over the world are going down, because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into
Bro, Trump is like
country.
that pastor that is taking
A
forever to
certain
do the
country, and I
benediction
happen
at
to
the
like
end of service, man.
The president of
This man is
very
still
much,
talking.
but
I
he's
done
been
made
getting
lunch
great publicity because
and
he's a
dessert.
wonderful shepherd of the country.
What
He
in
says
the
how well
world?
the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's
People
not training
dipping,
them.
they're like,
He's
all right.
sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails. He's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela, really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we will not be able to have it there. In El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest, we were the most respected. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country run by very powerful, tough leaders, tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently, they were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening. What is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. True. He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word, because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing. We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq. Something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke. I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how could you possibly do that? But no, I got along with them, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with them. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings, are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person. And he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many American citizens, emboldened by that disaster. Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly. And they weren't doing things perfectly. So we said it doesn't kick in. You know, 18 months in Afghanistan, We didn't have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me. Why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever, ever do that again. You got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before. And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling the brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it. He actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months. And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it, not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that the headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way, happens to be here. Correct? In Cuba. And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price. With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call. If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have the most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody's sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship, anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say you're the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find a cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately. And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin, they go to look at the Washington Monument, they end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done, and some of the things that we're going to do. But AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9 billion on 8 chargers, 3 of which didn't work. And if you were going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this all, and by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application.
20 minutes
but if
ago.
somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day one. So to conclude, just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But, sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. I said, he said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear, it is that every single moment we have on earth is a gift from God. We have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. It has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We settled for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. You have been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families. I am here tonight with the opposite message. Your expectations are not big enough. Not big enough. It is time to start expecting and demanding the best leadership in the world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our energies are spent fighting each other, our destiny will remain out of reach. And that's not acceptable. We must instead take that energy and use it to realize our country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us together. It is a story of love, sacrifice, and so many other things. And remember the word devotion. It's unmatched devotion. Our American ancestors crossed the Delaware, survived the icy winter at Valley Forge, and defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many just so many heroes, so many great, great people. And we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people. And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed. because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God. Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward, united as one people, one nation, pledging allegiance to one great, beautiful, I think it's so beautiful, American flag. Tonight I ask for your partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote. Going to make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win. Win, 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 win. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail. Together, we will save this country. We will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before. And quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wisconsin. God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States of America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Lean on me when times are bad. When they come and you're down in a river of trouble, about to drown. Oh, I'm coming. Hold on. I'm coming. Hold on. I'm coming. On my way. Your lover. When you get cold, feel cold. No need to worry, 'cause I'm here. No need to suffer, 'cause I'm here. Hold on. I'm coming. Hold on. I'm coming. Hold on. I'm coming. Hold on. I'm coming. Reach out to me for satisfaction. Yeah, yeah. Call my name.